Oh shit. Hold on a sec. Give us 1 second, guys. Welcome to the North American Squad League, having some camera issues. We're going to be starting this game in just a second, though. Welcome back to the North American Squad League. Joined with me today, you can hear him, but you can't see him right now, is one of your favorite casters, one of my favorite casters, and that is Bendo MLBB. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. I did change my name back, so you can quit calling me that. But what's up, man? Yo, nice hat, dude. What's up?
Thank you. I know I'm frozen right now. We're gonna figure it out. Up first game today, we have AE up against Sentinel Esports. AE definitely showing some presence in the league. First season, they were bottom of the list, but right now they just went 2-0 up against their last series. They're on the leaderboard for once, and I feel good about that. How do you think they do up against Sentinel Esports, a newer team to the league, Ben?
I think it's going to be a good match. I think if I had to give a little bit of priority, it would be to AE, right? Just because they have a little bit more experience in it, a little tighter of a team play, and they've kind of gone through the trenches together. So I'm going to put AE as a little bit favored, but man, this game always comes down to the draft. Who's going to win in draft generally wins the game. So I want to see strong draft out of AE with a lot of experience.
Most definitely. I think AE definitely stands a good chance at winning this. Though Sentinel Esports has played some games, they seem like a good team. I saw them in scrims. They seem, ready to go. They were really hungry to be part of this league. I mean, they really wanted to get in. They were one of the last added teams. They did not want to give up to getting in. So I'm excited to see how they do up against a team like AE and see if they're really able to compete.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some strong players. We saw them, I think, the very first match of the league, and they played well. It was a great start to the league. Honestly, it was a rubber match. Oh, man, I hate that I'm using that word now, but it was a great series, honestly. So I'm looking for them to come compete. I just think AE is going to squeeze it out a little bit. Interested to see how these team comps play against each other, right? I don't know much about these two teams. We've seen a lot more from AE, but I'm wanting some of those new teams to play new things, kind of be a little bit TSU, change things around, play different stuff, try new things, and that's what we're really hungry for today.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen AE play some new things. Riles has been playing a lot of Paquito jungle. We saw him do that in the North American Community Tournament, and not only that, but we've seen now with all of these bans opening up from the glue bans, from the Valentina bans, the Hayabusa has been slipping through, and a lot of assassins that Riles wasn't able to play in season 1, he's now able to bring that into rotation, and we're kind of seeing AE shine a bit more this season because of the way drafts have been going.
Yeah, he has been getting a lot more picks, but honestly, man, while Haya is legendary, I really don't like Haya in tournament gameplay, man. I think it's generally, 2 death balls fighting out 5-manning, right? And Haya just really falls off at that point, right? So I want to see him more on the marksman junglers, but I know he prefers those assassins, man. And when he gets them, he does do work, but I'm interested to see how that changes throughout the tournament, as this thing's going to be a long time, right? Teams are going to pick up, hey, we can't let Riles hop on Hayabusa again, right? They're going to ban that out like they did last season.
Most definitely, but only time will tell. I'm not going to waste a whole bunch of time. We're going to jump into this draft in just a second, and hopefully during this draft I can get this camera issue fixed. If not, you may just be hearing my voice tonight, Ben.
Let's go, man. Nobody wants to see your camera. Maybe we want to see Sentinel and AE Esports. Let's go, man. I'm ready to get match 1 started. Oh, and we're in draft. Let's go, man.
We are
I'm expecting
right
to see that general Valentina ban. I think it's been banned every single time. Hasn't been let through a game, but glue does sometimes slip through, and that kind of opens up all these other picks we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like you said, I think a lot of people aren't as scared of Hayabusa this season. But he's still, I feel like assassins in general, we just don't see them as much we haven't been seeing them as much, and maybe they've fallen off. Maybe it's just the age of the marksman, but the double marksman comp has been dominating, and the question is can Aether Explicit keep up with that? Are they going to be able to match that? Because right now we haven't seen Riles play a lot of marksman jungles.
Protect you.
You're right, but there's other things you can do. And you were talking about the Paquito earlier that he ran, and I think that's a great little change into that you can throw it, because Paquito is super flexible, man. Picking that early still allows your comp a lot of flexibility. You can put him in the XP lane, you can put him in the jungle, and it opens up a lot more potential to kind of not show your hand, but get some strong picks for yourself.
Most definitely. And we're already jumping in. Something that I have to point out majorly is a ban that has become very popular, this Lolita ban. I mean, I just think it's so insane that since M3, since Shark, just turning this into such a meta.
Yeah.
I mean, because she hasn't had any changes. She hasn't had any nerfs. She hasn't had any buffs. But all of a sudden, a tank that no one ever looked at is now constantly on the ban list, Ben.
Yeah, I'm cool with the Lolita ban because it makes sense into this double marksman. Everybody wants to run a double marksman, and Lolita just kind of hard counters that, right? But there are other heroes that can do it, other heroes that can provide space and things like that. I think Lolita is going to be a staple ban until we see something replace what's been dominating that double marksman. It just gives you so much late game security, and taking Lolita away just makes it so much more vulnerable. And I love that change. And we do see a Clint and Valentina ban, something that comes almost every series we've seen thus far.
Yeah. Clint and Valentina, I mean, I feel like it's always going to be a staple. I don't think we will ever see Valentina play once this whole season. Maybe we will. I think we literally saw her twice in season 1, and this season I just don't see it happening. Clint, on the other hand, may slip through the cracks. Maybe when we get to the playoffs, or when it really comes down to the line and a couple teams are really trying to do something crazy, we'll see some, like, 5-man target bans, like some jungle. That's when a Valentina may slip in, when the drafts start getting a bit crazier because teams are getting more desperate for that top 6 spot. But currently, I mean, she's going to be a hard ban all the way.
I want to see how this rolls out. Banning the YZ kind of tips your hand to using like a Eve or something backline that you don't want to be disrupted. So I'm thinking that Sentinel's setting up for maybe a Eve and maybe roll the Ruby with that. Some kind of team comp, because that is really flexible. Locking those 2 picks in still allows you a lot of marksman and jungler moving around the comp, but that's a really solid starting frame.
Yeah, I mean, what it really, I guess, is going to come down to right now, Glue taken off the map again, just another typical pick. It's hard for me to say anything until I see. I'm so excited to see what Sentinel picks, and they just go for that typical Esmeralda initial lock-in. I mean, once again, 2 seasons in a row, she has like an 80% first pick rate.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, honestly. Esme can be taken a lot later, and there have been shown to be blatant counters to it. But we do see the Camilla and the Sicilian lock-in. This really puts AE in a later game position, so Sentinel can take the opportunity right here to pick an early game draft and really punish the Sicilian, who's not going to have a rotation through the mid lane for the first at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, an 8, but not only the Sicilian, this is a comp that they won their last series with, and it's something that is totally new, this Sicilian and Carmilla combo. Moonton comes up with this combination of these 2 heroes, how they're supposed to work together, and they can even like ult off of each other and like combine into one, and no one's ever really used it. Camilla's been like, we never see her in any real high-level play, barely ever. But AE, it seems, have been practicing with her, and they made her look really good in their last series. So I'm wondering how they do against another team, and if it's going to be something that we start seeing a lot.
Yeah, I think Carmilla came in because CC got the buff, right? But he's still more of a late game hero. And honestly, I'm not really sure I'm a fan of Sentinel locking in the Rafaela right there. They could have picked something early game to really punish, but right now it seems like you're trying to go to the late game against a Sicilian with unlimited stacking. It doesn't seem like a good win condition for them. So I'm curious to see what they lock in the jungle and in the mid lane to see if they can put pressure on AE, because this is a team you don't want to let farm.
Yeah, definitely a team you don't want to let farm. The Popo definitely, I mean, right now, I think I like Sentinel Esports composition right now a lot.
Your team
but I also,
banning.
with that Ruby, I feel like AE's playing it very patient right now. They're not trying to show their hand too much. Like, they have this late game Sicilian. They now got this Ruby, who I'm guessing is going to end up going to the XP lane, and they're going to run this Camilla as a tank in the mid. But they're not. Their jungle's still available. Their gold laner's still available, which could be detrimental because now we're in the second banning phase, and some important things may get picked off. But I like the patience of them not wanting to. They haven't picked any important heroes, so they can't really get fully countered yet.
Yeah, I think Ruby just provides so much utility, and we're seeing become one of the staples of the meta. We got to stop using the word staple, by the way, but she's becoming and playing so often because she provides so much zoning and then so much pick potential as well. So right here, I want to see AE ban off a couple more junglers, maybe take that Hayabusa away from Riles, you know, but. Oh, excuse me. It's on the other side, isn't he? I don't want him to ban out his own pick. But Ruby, I think, is just really safe. And like you're talking about not showing your hand, Sentinel has to lock in some early game right here because I don't think they want to go late game against AE.
No, I mean, now the Sicilian, we've seen how scary. We saw it, me and you both saw it on Thursday, how scary that Sicilian can be, just chunking people half health. I forget what team it was, but I mean, I think it was, did Ashley play last Thursday? I mean,
so, yeah.
It was like, it was early game still, and that Sicilian was bursting. So, I mean, if they can get the stacks well, it doesn't even take too long to really get him into full gear. So he's definitely can be scary. AE taking off more. I mean, taking off more assassins, Riles doesn't seem to be too worried about it. So, again, I feel like AE's definitely brought a much different vibe to the playing field this season than the compositions that we saw them run last season.
And they're free to lock in Paquito jungle again if they want to, because Esme's already been pretty much locked in for the XP lane of Sentinel, so they're not probably going to pick a Phoveus, right? And that would be kind of the counter to the Ruby and the Paquito. So I think AE's fine to lock in a Paquito here, and they're not worried about assassins going down the drain. I think AE is looking like a really, really strong team right now, especially if they round it out with a lot of damage, because they have so much utility with the Ruby and the Carmilla, so much stun and area of effect that a little bit of damage here, some early game spike, and they're good to go.
Yeah, definitely good to go. Now that all the bans are through, the Yeeth ban seemed kinda. I mean, we have seen Sicilian go to gold lane and run gold lane, so maybe like, oh, that's gonna. They're positive that the Sicilian's gonna be a gold lane CC, but I just feel like on that whim, do you want to take the chance of banning that Eve out? They go for it anyways, and they immediately lock in this Paquito. I like the flexibility of Aether Explicit right now. They can still run that Paquito as an EXP lane. They could run this Sicilian as a golder or a mid lane. So it just leaves Riles to really kind of choose. Does he want to go Paquito jungle? Does he want to bring in something else? Do they want to pick a gold lane? Or, you know, they have a lot of options right now on which way they want to run things.
And they've given him pretty much last pick and his pick of the litter, and I think that's super important. Yeah, we talk about first pick, first ban a lot, but last pick, being able to counter in a position that's really important, like the Hyper, is super influential, and you're really setting Sentinel Esports up to pick something that they can fall hard on. And they go for the Brats. That's going to be a beefy jungler, and honestly, they do not have a lot of early game going through. Lilia might be the most potent thing in the early game they have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Popo will be able to do some nice poke damage. The Lilia and the Wrath is definitely going to be extremely dangerous. We've seen it work so many times. You have slow from the first skill of Rafaela, added on with the slowdown and the slight AoE of Lilia. I mean, I definitely like how that, but we've also seen it go. Oh. So it looks like Riles is going to be locking in this jungle Paquito. They bring in this, why can't I remember his name right now? Dyroth. It's been so long since I've seen him. But, I mean, once again, Aether Explicit coming with some pretty off-brand compositions right now. But the question is, will they make it work here, Ben?
I like this a lot. I love AE's team right now. They're going to destroy. That Dyroth is going to destroy the XP lane. Esmeralda is going to get dunked on, right? And the Paquito is going to be able to control the jungle early because just the damage he's going to have over Rats. So I really like this AE lineup coming up because they have late game secured with CC in the mid lane. It's such a good, strong team. And I don't know if Sentinel can keep up with the power spikes of this AE squad coming up.
All right, so I got a camera fixed. It's a little off right now. We are going to jump into game one, though, of Sentinel Esports up against Aether Explicit. I'm stuck here using one of my other cams because I can't get my nice one to work. But into this game, Ben, how do you think this goes in the beginning?
I think AE has a very, very strong early game right here. Brass needs time to get going. Rafael needs time to get going. Their win condition in the early game that may give them a little pressure is that Lilia pushing into the CC. Gonna have pressure on that lane, right? And that's maybe allows some rotation, but everywhere else, AE's winning.
Yeah, I think every time I see Cecilion go up against Lilia, it's kind of a question is, can the Lilia close the gap? Because if she can win out in that fight. Or can Cecilion keep the distance and keep poking? It kind of really comes down to like player versus player, who does better in their movements. I can't really ever give it exactly to just one of them.
Yeah, and I like that both right now junglers are going for the assassin. Oh, a little team fight, maybe a little bit of action here, team.
A little bit of damage from Blink coming in, getting some of that area damage onto both of them. Some nice DPS, sending both of them back to base already. Right now in the mid lane, it looks like Cecilion and Camilla are having a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, pushing into it, which honestly I wouldn't have expected. This Dyrroth's going to be super strong, right? Pack's just farming. He wants to get level 4 and get up. But interesting, both junglers using Assassin right now. It's something we've seen out coming up in the age of servers. People are starting to go jungle emblem a little bit more, using that 20% extra on neutral monsters and objectives to really push their map. It hasn't made its way to NA look like, or maybe they don't think it's as strong.
Well, I mean, the killing spree has always been pretty popular, and especially on a fighter like Paquito and several others. What's going to happen is he gets that kill, he gets 20% health back, and he can just really focus in. And it's the same thing. You see it on Roger all the time, because once you commit, you get a kill, you just got to keep going, try to get more kills, and keep yourselves alive. And it's definitely something that we definitely see with some of the better players here. But Turtle is up, and it looks like Sentinel Esports has already started it. Blink going for the engage, gets the stun on to Death, but the Champ Stamp gets stopped by that Den as well comes, and he's able to steal the Turtle. It goes to Sentinel Esports, and the battle is on. Ryle's going down to Death. It looks like Death's just a little bit too bulky on that Barats, but they are not stopping now. Chasing down, and back in the bottom lane, Ruby having a little bit of trouble, taking some poke damage. Is he going to get away? The Flicker comes in, and Useless Ronin gets the kill. First blood and second blood going to Sentinel Esports, Ben.
Honestly, that is not how I would have projected that the first Turtle or first blood was going to go. And honestly, Sentinel taking it to him with this Barats, man. Super tanky in the early game. Has so much beef, and they just can't get through it for that first Turtle fight.
Yeah, I mean, look at this beautiful Flicker, and comes in, gets the kill, complete confidence. A nice overall team fight on the Turtle, and then a nice gank in the bot lane. Sentinel definitely on their A game right now, Ben.
Yeah, taking it to AE, which in the early game you would not have expected. And I'm worried for them come mid game and then late game. You don't want to take CC to the late game, right? But right now, Sentinel taking it to him and what you would not expect. And this is really good for Sentinel, taking it to one of the more experienced team. As a newcomer to the league, this is good to see from them.
Yeah, definitely very good. You know, I talked to them a little bit before the league started. They said they've been studying MPL games. You know, they've been putting in a lot of work, and it looks like some of that work's starting to pay off right now. Even with this comp, they're running this Barats jungle, something a little different. You don't see a lot of North American teams running it, and it's definitely an exciting game to watch as our first game of the night, Ben.
Yeah, now invading into the jungle of AE, taking away a little bit of maybe there's a little catch here, Chief.
Detna's welcome, but he's not able to secure it. The Flicker does stop it, and there goes his ultimate. But it looks like they may be moving over onto Templars. They do get that stun onto Blink, but he's able to walk away. A nice CC coming from Cecilion, and then bad for Death. Champ Stamp goes off, and Sushi's able to collect the kill. Rise maybe next, but Template's taking a little too much damage. Dyrroth trying to get out, but he's taken out by Clark Cutie, and this is bad for Rise. Champ Stamp coming to them, but he's not able to land it. This could be bad for Riles. Riles forced to run away. Useless Ronin chasing him down. Another kill. Does get caught onto Rise. Right now it's a 2-for-1 trade, and Riles does get away. So AE able to capitalize on that last team fight, Ben.
Man, I'm telling you, Riles skated away with barely a little bit of health. Then he goes back in, not even a full bar of HP. Takes enough of the attention away. Cecilion gets one more first skill onto it and secures the kill. And then Riles gets away. Excellent gameplay coming out from Paquito, playing on the edge of death. That was beautiful.
Yeah, but second Turtle is up now. Gold lead, just a little bit to the side of Sentinel. But Sentinel, I feel like them having this Barats and Rafaela, the sustainability, they seem to have a little bit more advantage on these objectives, and they are able to secure it. And now they're moving on to Blink. Blink forced to Flicker out, but the distance is kept, and the poking happens coming from Sushi. But a nice I'm offended from Kageterra onto several members. Black Shoes does pop from that Lilia, and now they're forcing back right when AE thinks they have the advantage in the team fight. It seems like Sentinel's able to turn around. Blink forced to most likely go back to base after this. AE maybe needs to stop trying to force these fights here, Ben.
Yeah, totally agree. Stop fighting in the Brats, who's super tanky right now. Make picks and little skirmishes on the other side of the map. Let this Brats do its thing early game. He has too much HP, and you don't have enough damage yet to really be able to do what it needs to be done to kill this guy with the Wrath in the back of healing, right? Pack needs to get into these side lanes and make picks away, maybe with Dairoth, maybe when the rest of the team, Sentinel, is not there.
Yeah, Sentinels, I mean, right now they're just really able to go. But look at this Holy Baptism coming on to Sushi. Brink getting caught up by that Deadness Welcome. Gonna get thrown against the wall, but Champ Sam is here. Gets some nice damage, but they both go down. Riles, hers only, and Nexus Templars. Right now we are in the favor of Sentinel, and Blink is gonna go next to death, just stomping on the ground. It's a 3-for-1 trade going to the side of Sentinel Esports, and next is gonna be this tower, Ben.
That was a big swing for Sentinel. Not only do they get a triple kill, trading 3-1 in the fight, but they're going to get this turret, and then they're going to walk to the jungle and farm up. And the rest of the members of the Aether Explicit, they're off the map. They can't farm right now. So they're even further increasing this gold lead, which is reaching about 3k at the 6-minute mark. Sentinel off to a rapid start. If they can close this game out before Sicilian scales, they're looking really good in this game 1.
Yeah, I feel like right now the best bet for Aether Explicit, maybe to just, like you said earlier, don't take these 5v5s or these 4v4s. Try to get a little split push on, you know? Use the distance of Sicilian and Carmilla to kind of distract the other teams and let Riles maybe split push some of these side lanes, get some towers, maybe do some like split push invades, steal a little jungle, but don't just rush into these fights because it's obvious that they just can't take them or break through the wall of Barats and Rafaela right now.
Yeah, Turtle's coming up again, and right now they're going on to Esmond, which I think is a much better choice. Use this Dairoth, the king of 1v1s, right? Don't fight on this Turtle, which is just outmatched them.
Yeah, but down comes that Starfall, right? Backed up by the Holy Baptism, and next on the chopping block is Blink. It's a double kill, going to death, who's sitting at 5-1 right now, making this Barats pick look beautiful, Ben.
Yeah, they keep fighting into it, and they're just feeding him, man. He's getting stronger and stronger, tankier and tankier, and he's stacking up on him big time. Now they roll and take the mid lane. This is going to give Sentinel Esports access to the red buff and the blue buff of Aether Explicit, and just rotating faster around the map. Now Ruby may be in danger here as 3 members throw down a turret.
Death just walking in. She tries to pop the I'm offended, but there's nothing they can do. A quick take and pick. And you have to think the tower dive ability with this Rafaela, with Lilia able to pull Black Shoes, and then Death just being the bulky tank that he is right now. I mean, they can just walk under these towers and there's no stopping them, Ben.
Yeah, and honestly, I did not see this game going in this path, and I think it's because AE just keeps running their head into the wall that is Sentinel Esports right now. And now into the jungle.
Yeah, into the jungle. Blink already brought down to half health, but Sushi started using nice burst damage, able to take out Rise, and this is going to stop some of the sustainability coming from Sentinel, but they back off, know that maybe they don't have their advantage in this fight, and decide to take it a little bit farther into this game. 40 seconds until the first Lord is up, Ben.
Damn! That Sicilian damage, man, starting to hit. 8 minutes in, and it's already starting to do well. And the reason for that is he's 3-1. While, yes, they are down in kills, the kills have gone over where they needed to on Aether Explicit. Now Sicilian is in the backline cranking out damage. And while Barats, he can walk up there, sure. Esme can walk up there, sure. Popo, Lilia, and Rise cannot do that anymore because he's just going to keep picking them. And he's got so much in front of him to give him space. He's got the Ruby, he's got the Carmilla, even the Paquito, even the Dairoth to buy a little bit of time. He's going to be back there cranking out like an artillery gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, sitting at 3-1 right now. If we take a look at some of those items, he's already locked in his Winter Truncheon. He's already locked in all of his core items. So now it's just kind of down to getting stacks. It looks like he's going into a bit more of a bulky build here. He doesn't need to focus on magic damage because he's going to have those stacks to help increase it in the end game. So just focus on defense, help yourself survive a little bit more. But speaking of it, he's able to just flicker out of the Holy Baptism as Blink tries to pour this engage. In comes Useless Ronin with that Falling Star Moon, but they know they just don't get the pick or the engage that they need. So Sentinel decides to back off. But if we look at them right now, only 2 ultimates up on the side of Sentinel Esports. This might be the moment for AE to maybe push back, but it looks like they're going to decide to give this Lord over to Sentinel, Ben.
Yeah, that's just like, I don't think it's a high percentage play for them. Maybe, yes, they take this fight because they're better on ultimates, but walking up without the turrets to retreat to, and Sicilian has already blown his flicker. They've already used the Carmilla combo, right, to pull Carmilla back in from that pick. It's just, I don't think it's a good play for them to go, man. Keep playing defense. If they continue to defend, AE will come to this point where at level 15, about the 13-minute mark, they're going to start crushing these team fights because Sicilian's going to be unmatched in damage.
Yeah, he's as long as I mean at that point it's kind of just protects Sicilian in those team fights, and they do have the means to do that. They have the Ruby, they have the Paquito. I'm starting to wonder a little bit about Tempest on this Dyroth pick. It doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot, but maybe we'll see something a little more in the end game. I feel like he hasn't as his advantage in the early game, and now with 2 deaths, he seems like he may be a little bit useless in these team fights, except for that possible Petrify, Ben.
Yeah, I think he just needs to combo. Oh, a little bit of dive here, maybe going to turrets.
Useless Ronin comes in to get locked up by Kage Terror. I'm offended, able to pull back in, but it's just not enough to take out the bulky monster that Useless Ronin is right now. But it does stop the engage, but it seems like Sentinel wants to keep coming, try to push in, take this tier 2 tower, and now they're going to revert back and just eat up some more of this jungle, Ben.
Yeah, back to your point about Dyroth, though, I think he has gone past the point, which is really strong. He didn't get what he needed to in that 1v1 in that lane to get going, and now he's past the point of usefulness. Oh, 2 people coming to the turret.
Denna's welcome, does lock onto him, pops him into that tower, and down goes Kage Terror, along with most likely Blink next. The tower's down, Blink able to blink out with just a second. Tempest trying to stop Ronin, but he's not able to, and he's able to escape with just a sliver of health. The deaths are going back and forth, but for once, AE taking a little bit of an advantage in this fight. Sushi just poking away, pops a flicker and takes out Useless Ronin. A nice 3-for-1 trade for once into the side of Aether Explicit, Ben.
That's a great turn, and we talked about this point in the game where CC's just going to be somebody you cannot walk up on. And you look at the side of Sentinel, they have to get close to get it done. You don't have any really long-range damage here, and when they get close, Sicilian just cranked out that damage. He did burn Flicker, though, so if Sentinel noticed that, they can punish him when they come back to this next team fight.
Yeah, but AE definitely turning the tables here, finally starting to come back. And I mean, it's definitely all on the shoulders of Sushi right now, playing the Sicilian. I mean, he's definitely carrying these fights. And as long as the rest of his team can use their CC, can use, as long as Ruby can keep them as distance, you know, Riles on this Paquito is going to be able to knock up, you know, keep people at distance. Maybe they stand a chance to maybe take this game.
It's just protect Sicilian, man. He is the VIP. He is the president in Air Force One. Don't let anybody get to him. Nobody has scaled successfully. Tempest, he's down. Paquito, he's down. Ruby, down. Carmilla, down. The only person who's rocking right now is Sicilian. So the game is really just this wall in front of Sicilian. Sicilian throwing skills over it. Maybe a little bit of pick here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're coming in onto hers only, and we are going to possibly get the pick here. They are going to get the kill. That's one person down for Sentinels. Kage Terror with a nice flicker coming in and locking a lot of them up with the Holy Baptism. Does lock down. Riles gets stunned, and now it looks like AE backing off. But look at Sushi just in the back lane, picking away. Riles popping that champ stamp, able to get a nice hit onto Rise, and it looks like Sentinel knows they can't push this fight. AE has an advantage on this Lord push, but Death doesn't seem to care, coming in, and we're starting to see the jock. They're trying to pull Lord over to their side of the map and keep it away from the side of Sentinels. They need to buy a little bit of time and wait for Camilla and possibly Tempest to get back into this fight, but Tempest sticking in this bottom lane to try to help the macro of these lanes, Ben.
Aether Explicit catch a pick onto an important member. It looks like we might have a pause coming through. They picked an important member at that moment, and it's when Esme was on the other side of the map pushing the wave, and that's a great opportunity for 5 men to jump into this fight where they're not as strong on Sentinel, don't have as much beef in the front lines, right? Now, Dyroth has to go clear the side lane, and I'm glad AE stepped off of that Lord and did not continue to take that, because Popo was coming back, and Dyroth wasn't there, right? So they would have been in a 5v4 trying to take that, and it would have been a smite fight. I just don't like that right now for them. I don't think it's high percentage play. I'm glad they backed off of that.
Most definitely. We don't know exactly what's going on with this pause right now. Just waiting on some answers real fast. But yeah, you're definitely right. I think it was if they can just keep getting these small picks and not trying to push the fight in general. You know, they were able to take out hers only. So now back off and reclaim your ground. And then if you can get another one in another minute, take that. Back off. Don't force the 5 versus 5 fights. You're still way behind in gold. So I think as long as they can do this, keep this pace, and maybe prolong this Lord, steal this Lord, then they can definitely have a chance at winning the game in the end. But it looks like the pause is ready. We're ready to go. Let's jump back into this game. Do you think that AE tries to just keep holding a position on this Lord, Ben?
I actually want them to hold this position, not take it, continue to hold the position, but have Dairoth split push. He's not very useful in the team fight. Have him go out to the side, but it looks like they might have a little pick on Esme.
Yeah, and they stop Rise from being able to catch up to Esme. Esme forced to go back. She's down to about 70% health right now, but we know that's going to come back soon. But again, AE just keeping tabs on this Lord, trying to keep him engaged, trying to keep him moving as Riles continues to sit in this bush, and the rest of AE waiting for the moment to strike, Ben.
Now's the time right now. They're going to start up Lord, force Sentinel to come into them while Esme's down clearing the bot lane. I wish Dairoth had stayed down there, but they're choosing to 5v4 on this Lord, and it may work out for them.
Yeah, I feel like their zoning's a little off, though, right now. They should have had someone in those bushes, but in comes Riles. Maybe it was a bait, and Rise taking big damage, able to get taken out from Kage Terror, and Riles now taking out hers only. AE is in for the kill, and they are rising. This could be it for the side of Sentinel Esports. Blink does go down, and the Detona's Welcome does lock on to Sushi. He is going to go down to those tower shots, and now it's a 3-for-2 trade. This could be bad for the side of AE, but they keep on pushing the pressure. Death and Useless Ronin are both tanks in their own right, but they are taking a little too much damage. Death may go down. Riles takes a tower shot, but backs off. Death forced to stay under his tower, but it doesn't look like AE wants to give up just yet. I think their best bet is maybe to back off or at least clear this wave, but decides that they want to go back to their jungle, Ben.
Big pick onto Sushi. Death lands the ultimate from Bratz. He grabs him in, and Sushi is now taking on team fight. And you saw when Sushi's not there, Death can stand in front of 3 members of AE and not give a damn. He didn't care. 3 people were dunking damage on him, and he just stood there in it all. Yeah, the other one has to back away, but he's still standing there, right? And that just tells you how tanky this Bratz is. Now sitting at 7-1, he is in the front line.
Yeah, he's definitely a big boy, but I mean, can it withstand? I mean, we're just seeing if Sushi didn't get caught up, it was a beautiful pick onto Sushi. If he didn't get caught up there, they definitely would have that fight. And this is bad for Tempest getting caught off. He's definitely split pushing on the wrong side of the map right now. I think, like you said earlier, they need to maybe use him, especially instead of Ruby, to macro in that bottom lane right now. But the Lord is up, and this time Sentinel seems to want to try to claim presence over it. They're pulling it over the side, but Clark Cutie forced to pop those black shoes just a little bit early, but Lord is down to low health. Riles has that champ stamps ready to go. A nice I'm offended, but Death gets that Detona's Welcome on to Kage Terror, and he is going to go down along with possibly Riles. Riles getting away just by a sliver, but hers only pops the flicker and is moving in, gets a shot, doesn't have enough time to secure the ultimate stun, but the Lord goes to the side of Sentinel Esports, Ben.
Sentinel doing a great job of punishing the incorrect lane assignments coming out from AE. Ruby's in the side lane split pushing, which should have been with the team. Dairoth split pushing in the wrong lane, gets caught. Now it's a 3v5 in front of Lord, and Sentinel started up before Ruby can get there, right? This is a great team fight from Sentinel. I wonder if they can at least crack the base here, maybe even end the game.
Yeah, they do. It is an enhanced Lord, so they're going to get that crash. The inhibitor is taking some damage, and Sentinel just pushing all forces into this Nexus as Useless Ronin tips away at the bottom inhibitor. The rest of the team just poking, not trying to overinvest. We're going to move down to this bot and take out this inhibitor and then back off and eat more of your jungle AE.
Yeah, I like the way they just really took what they could get comfortably and backed away. Didn't extend their hand at all, because one little pick here, 17 minutes, completely changes the game. There's a lot of standing going on the map for AE to go collect right here. I'm glad Sentinel backed away. Now moving in the jump, take it away. AE pushes out though, they claim it. When they have their full 5 members standing with Sicilian in the back, they are a very strong team. But they gotta correct
nice pick on to Rise though, forced to flicker out. Templars tries to jump over the wall to get the kill, but they're not able to. That would have been a huge pick onto Rise, Ben.
A good flicker burnt though, honestly. Get Dairoth into the side lane. He doesn't provide much for this team fight anyway. When he's going into all this beef, it's not like he can assassinate anybody, right? He doesn't provide much peel. Put him in the side lane. Have some pressure here in like a banana split fashion, and then keep your 4 men in front of Sicilian as his little protecting guards, right? They need to get working on the macro game here.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is even if they send 2 or 3 people down to that bottom lane and they get the pick onto Templars, it's okay because you get a Lord pick or you get a tower. It's definitely worth the trade, I think, right now. So yeah, use him as your macro person. Use him as a person to control these lanes and split up the side of Sentinels. We do have a bit of a battle. Sushi getting some nice shots onto Death, but they're not trying to fully commit. They don't have any waves. So once again, AE a little behind, and look at this bottom wave. Now they definitely need to send him over, but for some reason Riles going down, maybe because of his speed, because of his rotation ability, but I still don't feel like it's a good play, Ben.
Yeah, now you got Dairoth into the team fight, who provides what over Paquito, right? I think Dairoth has more of a chance in the 1v1 in Esme than Paquito does, who will get shields, right? It doesn't really make sense to land assignment. Now Sentinel rotating over, may be able to take this fight to AE this time in the jungle.
Yeah, and Sushi has just locked in that major penetration item, so he's going to start doing a bit more damage onto Death, onto Rise, onto Esmeralda, and maybe a little bit more helpful. Hers only coming in with that anti-cuirass, going to help a little bit against this Paquito and some of the other members, but mostly. But wait a second, here comes a battle. We do get a nice hit onto Rise, and the I'm offended locks in. Can they get the kill? Down goes Rise as the immortality is popped. Detna's welcome, landing on to Blink, and Blink is taken out of this fight. It's only a 4-for-4. I mean, it's only a 1-for-1 trade, but Useless Ronin coming into that back line, trying to get on to Sushi, but she's not able to catch him. He pops that ultimate, but the chase is on. They need to try to zone her away, get some peel. They're able to. Sushi able to run back to base, and he's forced to back off. But Lord now up, and the position is going to Sentinel Esports, Ben.
Yeah, I don't even think AE can compete for this Lord. Honestly, if they do, they'll probably get dunked on. The only saving grace is right now, Death does not have his retreat available, so they're not starting it up yet, but they will soon. Look at the pressure that these two inhibitors have bought Sentinel, pushing it in the base of AE. And now, it's not Dairoth split pushing, it's not Dairoth taking care of the base, it's Sicilian. All of your damage, so you're completely giving over all position on the map to Sentinel and letting them just sit on this position, and that way AE can't even come to check Baron Lord anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough game for AE right now. I mean, overall, when it comes to some of these team fights, when it comes to some of the micro mechanics, they're doing well. I think a major thing we're seeing, the major flaw that we're seeing, and we keep talking about, is their macro play, their wave control. And they're finally seem to be taking some advice, sending Dairoth to this bottom, but is it going to be a little too late? I like the patience from Sentinel, though. They know that Sushi is scary right now, and he's only going to get scarier, so they're also not fully committing to this Lord, Ben.
Oh, I love it. Dairoth may have a pick on Esme over in the side lane. Oh. This is huge. He did burn the flicker. Oh, he almost got that kill, and that would have been huge, but this is where Dairoth needs to be playing. In this 1v1, Esme can't compete, and that buys so much pressure from the side of AE, who's now picked to fight.
Yeah, Blink pops the flicker onto Clark Cutie, gets the stun. Can she get the kill? She's also becoming a bit tankier. The rest of the team coming in get knocks up by Death, but they are going to revert back to Lord and try to claim position, try to maybe take it as fast as he can, as we do see Lilia forced to go back to the base, but I don't think Death wants to give him that easy. They keep on going for these, I like that AE keeps going for these baits, kind of, hitting Lord a few times, and then quickly reverting back on the side of Sentinel, but the problem is you have Lord at your back. They do have him down to half health, but Useless Ronin wanting to do something. Kage Terror is here to help zone them off. The rest of AE is here to help zone them off, but Holy Baptism does come on. The stun comes in. Blink forced to flicker out of the middle of all of them, and now Lord is at low health, and it looks like Sentinel Esports is on their track. Sushi keeping a distance, but his health is just a little bit too low. Blink forced to pop that immortality and run away, and they look at Useless Ronin up in the top, able to get the kill onto Sushi. Back into the bot, though. They are able to get a double kill onto Hers only and Rise. The fight continues. Detna's welcome does lock on, but his health is just too low, and Death goes down, Ben. It's a 3-for-1 trade, so yes, Useless Ronin able to take out Sushi, but I don't think it was worth it, Ben. They're able to get the pick. Immortality does pop. Can they get the finish? They are able to get the kill. Ryle securing it, and Clark Cutie now all on his own, Ben. A nice play from 8. They're explicit.
And really, that was on the backs of everybody but Sicilian, because once Sicilian got separated in that fight, a lot of people moved to the tri-bush, and Sicilian was still over here by Lord. He got cut off from the rest of the team, and then Esme chased him down to the top of the map and was eventually able to get him. I think Sentinel should have completely backed off there and just sacrificed Esme for Sicilian and said, good trade, boys. Instead, they stay in the fight. They lose 4-1. They only have 1 member left. And now this opens up for AE to get Lord, who has a lot of standing gold on the map. They have all these turrets they can collect, and you know Sicilian is going to be a beast when the Lord gives him that space to be able to work behind. It's going to be a great push for Sicilian.
Yeah, it definitely is. He definitely needs to quickly move up to this top lane, push with Lord. And once again, I think it'd be a better play. Stick Templars in a separate lane, let him split push. It's obvious that now he can seem to be able to deal with Esmeralda on his own, so they might have to send someone over to deal with him. And we're starting to see Templars shine a little bit. The rest of the team focusing in. Looks like we're getting a nice even push from all waves, but that bottom bottom wave once again coming in just a little bit late here, but the fight is on. They try to engage. Tempest,
big dive.
Tempest caught up by that Holy Baptism, taking some big damage, but Clark Cutie goes down, so does hers only, and Sushi is there to back them up. The Lord now crashing into this top inhibitor, and it is going down. AE may just be securing the first game of this series. A huge turnaround. I'm Offended does miss, but it doesn't matter. Kasuchi in the back lane just poking away. Detna's welcome, trying to lock in. It locks onto Riles, but that is not going to stop AE from taking this base in game 1, Ben.
Excellent game, biding your time, playing to your win conditional. Aether sits back and rope-a-dope Sentinel into pushing and pushing and pushing, and finally, Alion, that Sicilian, opens up with a left and right hook, man. And right there at the end, man, Tempest diving under the turret, clapping, honestly destroying the Popol and the Lilia before they can even really be effective in the team fight was a big play coming off for Tempest, who had been kind of quiet in that game, honestly. It was a little bit disappointing in the early game, really paid off in that late game. Huge dive from Tempest to close the game there. Woo! AE coming in the late game, man. That was good. That was a good game.
Yeah, I mean, just honestly did amazing there. And I know the MVP goes over to Riles, but come on, we gotta give it a Sushi there. Riles definitely making some great plays, but I want to take a look at the damage. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe it was Riles doing all the damage, but look at this 46% hero damage from Sushi right now. I mean, literally did half of all the damage that we saw Sentinel take. I mean, really showing the capability of Sicilian right now in this meta, Ben.
And honestly, I think Popol did not shine in this game at all. I would have rather seen a Brody, maybe even the Beatrix. Honestly, Popol did not do well in this game, and he kind of had the opportunity to because AE didn't lock in a marksman. And he didn't seem to bring that late game marksman versus non-marksman threat that you would typically think about in this matchup. And Sicilian was just able to run over this game. And you would think a more traditional marksman would have blown down the front line of AE, which wasn't that beefy. Had a lot of utility, but not that beefy. I just didn't like Popol in this game. Didn't think it had a lot of effect. Barats, man, off to a huge start and really bought Sentinel their early game.
Yeah, I mean, the Barats and the Raph combo was beautiful. Just amazing. Definitely a lot of potential there. I just think they needed a little bit of I think Sentinel maybe just let it go a little bit too late. Maybe they. Yeah. I was really commending them for their patience in the beginning, but I feel like maybe don't be too patient. Try to finish it early. That first Lord push, maybe just really try to bring it home because they definitely had an advantage for a long time there. Let's get back to this caster desk though. I'm still trying to get this camera going. It is.
He is wiggling that thing, buddy.
But we're working on it. We're working on it.
Mr. Wiggles over here.
I'm just like holding the camera as we're doing this. We are going to jump into game 2 quite quickly. I know they're both ready. Let's not waste any time. AE is going to have first pick, first ban here. Let's just jump in, Ben.
Yeah, and I didn't think Dairoth did really good at all in the early game, but he did come back in the late game and kind of, you know, justified the pick. I don't think he deserved a gold medal, honestly, and even his position in the team fights versus not split pushing, I didn't like a lot. What I really wanted to see was Dairoth own the side lane and force Sentinel to send it down, letting CC take a very clean 4v4 over the Lord fights and things. That wasn't the way they chose to play it, but it did work out for him. AE, man, experienced team, biding their time, can take an L early, still confident they can win in the late and play to their win condition. I'm really proud of them for not losing that game, not tilting and pushing into the fight or anything like that. And they did a really good job that game.
They definitely did an amazing job. If you can, Ben, take lead on this draft for just a second so I can fix this camera issue.
I can't see Discord at all, so I'm looking off of YouTube. We do have a Clint ban coming in, and I'm cool with the Clint ban. I don't think it's really prioritized on teams right now because they know it's always going to be banned. So I would like to see it be switched into the meta sometimes. I still think Beatrix is strong, although not taken. And please, Lord, please do not pick that Popol again. Pick the Prody over it. Pick, I don't know, Claude over it, something. That Popol was not doing it for me. We do see the Valentina ban, pretty standard. Like he said, we may not see it in this league at all. I wonder if Sentinel will go for the same style draft they did. I would rather see Death on somebody who can provide a little bit more damage, because I think that was a little bit of their fall off point when it comes to that late game team fight. Death, while being very tanky, just didn't provide a lot of damage and nobody could really get back and execute on Sicilian. It was pretty much Esme like chasing her down over a long period of time. So I want to see them bring a little bit more pump. I don't think AE will go for the same draft as they did last time and really bank it all on the late game. I think they had some other win conditions in that with the Paquito early, the Dairoth early. They just didn't really play around him and kind of got beat in the early game. Good thing they locked in Sicilian for that one, because they lost early game hard. And they did have some late game security and finally pulled it through. But AE, man, they've shown us they can play early, they can play late. I'm really excited about what this team can do playing against all the teams in the league, especially some of the top competitors.
Most definitely. I'm coming in with more of these bans now. We do see the Sicilian ban, but AE decided not, or no, Sentinel Esports decides not to take their third ban there. Or no, that was a CC ban. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm still trying to figure things out.
You're good. You're good. No worries. Yeah, CC ban. So that's a respect ban coming out from Sentinel saying, listen, AE's looking really smooth with that comp, and had they not had Sicilian in that game, Sentinel would have won for sure. So I think that's a good change in draft here, identifying one of the winning conditions for AE and saying, hey, you beat me with that, you're going to have to beat me with something else this game if you're going to win it. And I love that change. That's something I harp on a lot. I know you guys are tired of hearing me saying, I want to see adaptation. You're not going to beat me with the same thing twice.
Is banning.
Let's see what else they go for here. Honestly, I love the change in draft. This may open up for a glue, though, because Sicilian may take the position of it, and we haven't seen Edith appear either, which I know a lot of teams aren't picking, but we've seen it be used to great effect in other metas. Man, T is working, man. Y'all give a shout out to T-Rex, man. This dude puts in the hours. I know he worked like something like 26 hours this weekend, and then he gets on to cast with us, the boys, bringing us the league, man. Shout out T, man. This dude puts in the work, putting in the hours behind scenes. We do see the glue ban. So this may open up a couple more of those assassins, maybe even squeezing in, please, Edith, something like that, something S tier. I want to see Sentinel get over here. Now, AE does have first pick here, so I think they can build their comp around that, but that does leave Sentinel the late game possibility of last pick to be able to counter pick things. CC's not going to be played. I wonder if we go back to the Lilia, maybe we see a Lilia ban here, because I think that was a really strong point on the side of Sentinel. Sentinel's Lilia was doing great. The last game, honestly, it was Barats and Lilia who did everything. Oh, and they do lock in the YZ. So this is a great pick, and it really disrupts the back line and provides you a lot of mobility in the XP lane. Now, it's not going into an Eve or something like that where it has clear counter ability right now, but YZ is strong nonetheless. A great first pick from AE to kind of get it out there, and this is something I really love about AE. They're very flexible. Picking YZ provides a lot of utility, damage, a lot of things, but it doesn't really show their hand yet. They can go early, they can go late. Hey, he's back. I was getting tired, man. I was out of breath.
All shitty because this camera's not the best, but we're here. I'm back. What do we got, Ben?
Well, we see Sentinel this time picking up the Paquito, and I want to see. Unfortunately, AE's already locked in the YZ, and I wish they would leave their XP lane open a little bit later in the draft, because Phoveus plays so great into this Paquito, into this Ruby that's being run so often now.
Yeah, I mean, I like the switch up right now. Seeing this once again, we see. I mean, Riles hasn't seemed to come off of this Paquito at all, but I think Paquito runs so much better with a pick like what we're seeing now, with a Raft behind him. Last time we had the Camille and the Sicilian, which in the end game worked well, and I put that more on Sicilian's shoulders. But I believe it's going to run. I think this Paquito, having a fighter, I talked about it on Thursday. When you have these healer tanks, I don't think they do great with assassins. They do amazing with more slower marksmen who aren't going to dash away from them and not take advantage of their heal. And it's going to do amazing also with the Paquito, who she's going to be able to keep pace with.
Something we've seen actually fall out was Estes. Estes bans and picks have kind of fallen off, and Raph's pretty much the only supportive tank we've been seeing. A little bit of Matilda sometimes, but we haven't seen much Estes gameplay, and I think that's a cool change in the meta. Estes is so boring to me sometimes. He just heals everybody to death and eventually wins the fight, right? But now Raph taking over that position a little bit, and we don't see as much Estes. I like the Kagura coming in. I think Kagura is such a strong mage in the mid lane, man. A lot of utility, a lot of burst. I love to see it.
Yeah, the Kagura, I mean, Kagura is amazing. The one thing I can't get over is just seeing all these different picks coming from, I've been talking about the wrong team this whole time. It's Sentinel who's taking the Fakito. You gotta tell me this stuff. Listen, I'm a little looped off right now. We had the camera issue. I wasn't paying any attention at the beginning of this draft. But either way, looking at the side AE right now, again, a much different draft than what we saw last game. Well, a much different pick, different hero pool. Bringing in this Yves, I think. Yves amazing right now. Not only that, but they're getting this Yuzong, which so many teams have been banning in the past several series. We've seen how much damage it does. We've seen how good it goes against. But I also like the fact that Sentinels deciding not to lock in a marksman gold lane here possibly, and maybe, you know, and deciding not to lock in a marksman jungle, which that's why Yuzong does so well right now in the current meta, because of the popularity of these marksman pick, Ben.
It was Lolita. Lolita is the ban that wasn't picked in here, and CC was the ban that took that out. So Lolita still is a possibility for the side of AE. I don't think it would go super well into what Sentinel has drafted, but that is the pick that made it through this time. Interested because Sentinel's not really running those marksmen so much. They're running the fighter kind of deathball comps. I don't think it'll be used to great effect here, but Riles with the ball mob pick, taking a page out of Mobizane's book here.
Fighter versus fighter. Beatrix, I definitely feel like Popo wins early on right now against Beatrix, just with Beatrix's most recent nerf, but still, every time we count Beatrix out, she shows off, so I'm excited to see how well hers only does with her. She definitely has, she's either does really good right now in games, or she kind of falls off and she's never able to scale to where she needs to. Looking at this draft though, who do you give it to, Ben?
I'm so caught. This is so even when it comes down to it, man. Khufra with two fighters is going to provide so much set potential. If Khufra gets a big set, man, that Balmond is going to shred and really go through it. So I think early game, they have to stop the Balmond for scaling. A couple of kills on the Balmond, and he's super useless. But if he gets going, man, he can really turn the tide of these team fights. I love to see this total switch around from these team comps they've gone. I want to see if the Eve is used to great effect here, because there is a little bit of pressure onto her from the Kagura. But I want to see how this game goes. This is a great game too, and I think a really even draft coming out to you.
Yeah, I really like the draft of this Uranus right now. He's definitely been a very niche pick here and there, but he's done so well in so many matches that it's almost surprising that teams don't use him more. He's got a really high win rate in Season 1. Season 2, he hasn't been played as much so far, but I got a feeling we always see a lot of teams pick him out at the right time, and he always gets to show off. So I'm excited to see how he does. I think early on he may lose against this YZ, but when it gets a little bit later, he's going to be a scary person to play against.
Yeah, coming to the first lethal fight, I do think it'll go to AE, the position they have. Maybe a little pick on to death here. Riles went a little bit deep.
Too deep. Might get the pick off, and first blood going to Sentinel. Once again, Riles goes down once again, Ben.
Yeah, that's just what we were talking about. A couple kills from Sentinel onto that Balmond early, and Balmond becomes really useless and super kiteable. I think Templars is going to win that bottom lane super hard. YZ generally wins almost every level 1 in the game, except for a couple of people. He has so much sustained damage, but now with the gank, maybe even picked off.
Yeah, Death coming down, getting a nice pick on a Templates. Templates taking a little bit too much damage, not able to get that passive in soon enough, and goes down. Another kill going to Sentinel Esports, Ben.
Sentinel owning the early game in both these matches, starting off to first blood and second blood very quickly. I wonder if they got the first turtle. I wasn't sure who secured that, but man, Sentinel strong in the early game in both these matches, and I think they're now prepared and don't have those late game counters that they did last game.
Yeah, I mean, just a beautiful gank and rotation from Death, and they're able to, I mean, Temple is just really feeling like, oh, I got the passive, and I feel like maybe he thought it was going to work a bit better, and just quickly taken out in that fight. Lord coming up, Sentinel once again taking a nice early game lead. The problem is AE doesn't have Cecilion this time. They don't seem to have as much endgame potential as they did last time.
Right, I still want to see this 5v5 come together for AE because Eve provides so much with the Kufa, with 2 fighters pushing it in there. A little bit of fight in the top lane.
Yeah, Hers Only taking some big damage, but she wasn't able to get the final finish onto Hers Only. So Riles forced to just revert back. Blink does get picked off in the bottom. So bad gank coming from AE, and now he's popped up. Real World Manipulation does go up, getting some nice damage onto Death and Clark Cutie, but it's still not enough to stop the side of Sentinel, Ben.
And now this Balmon has been pushed to the brink where he's not even farming that well anymore. He is totally behind the curve, and that puts Death ahead. He doesn't have a kill, but he has 3 assists. That's going to make Pekito really strong. And I was going to talk about how the kill distribution wasn't that great for the side of Sentinel, but Kagura does land herself a kill. It'd be better on Beatrix, better on Death, right? Better on Kagura. But now that Kagura's got one, can do a little bit more damage in here. We need to get Beatrix rolling, right? Because Popol is going to do so much work in that 1v1. I would love to see him pay a little respect and get the gold laner going, because Beatrix can still carry. Pat can carry. Kagura can carry. Just got to get the kills on the right people.
Yeah, so do they even go for this turtle right here as Aether Explicit? I feel like right now, maybe just let them take it, try to get some gold plating off of the mid or something, but it looks like they are lining up, like maybe they want to get aggressive on it. Blink finally hitting level 4 is going to be able to use that Tyrant's Rage in a team fight, but Kageter pushed back, brought down a half health. Templess in the back lane in that way of the dragon, able to get a little bit of damage onto Clark Cutie. He is going to be able to get a pick, but he's not. He does get the kill, but the rest of the team is going down on the side of AE. Riles taken out, Kage taken out, and now goes down. Blink also. 4 members of Sentinel closing in. Template taking some big damage, and the triple kill goes to Hers Only. A nice play coming from Sentinels. You wanted Beatrix to get fed. Well, now she's getting there.
And then she gets a triple kill. I'm sorry, AE. I did not mean to jinx you guys. Now Beatrix running 3-0, and she's going to be able to destroy Popol in that off lane. It's not even going to be a competition. But man, Sentinel destroying these early game team fights. Now 7-1, and they don't have these super late game heroes. AE needed to get going early this game, and they didn't. Now Balmon sitting at 0-2, Kufa sitting at 0-2. When they go in, it's going to be to much less effect, and that gives so much more pressure on Azusa and Kageterra. They're not going to have as much space to work with anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very rough game for AE, but we said this last time, and they were able to pull it together. Maybe they can do something here. Blank popping that Tyrant's Rage onto a little bit too far in Death, and they finally get a kill onto the jungler of Sentinel Esports, Ben.
That's great to get it on Eve, and we just set the stage for that, where this fight where Eve has this ultimate, and then Kufra can just set within it because he's got so many options. If Kufra's in the middle of that zone when it goes down, Kufra gets so many options to ping people when they're stunned on the side of it, or when they're caught a little bit too close. It just gives a lot of opportunity. The unfortunate thing for them now is this Balmon and this YZ. These fighters are not to the point they need to be to go into these fights and just skirmish around. They're on the back foot now, which is not where a fighter wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, and especially, I think the major worry right now is going to be this Beatrix. We look at Sentinels, and they have a decent early game with Death and Rise, and this Raphael able to get some nice early invades. You got Kagura sitting at 1-1 right now, but still ahead of the rest of the team. And then we look at Aether Explicit. I mean, Sushi, yeah, he's sitting on this Popo right now with 0 death, so his gold is getting there. But everyone else is taking so much damage, and it just seems like they're falling behind in gold a little bit too early in this game. Turtle is up, and Sentinels quickly take it. Blink taking a little bit of damage from Clark Cutie. The ultimate does come in, and now Hers Only taking some damage from Sushi, but they trade about half and half, and they go back to tower to try to get the defense. A nice law, but Sushi takes a little bit too much damage. The distance and the poke coming from Kagura right now is really keeping the side of AE at bay.
We just saw what AE wanted to do on the side of that. You see the Balmon and the YZ diving onto this Beatrix, and honestly, Useless Renin had to tank for it, but gets taken down for it. These two fighters are so strong to get. Oh, a big pick maybe from Kagura.
I don't, not quite a pick, but able to at least help AE secure that tower, which is huge for them. Yes, they've been losing in kills, but they take a very important tower as the first tower taken in the game, Ben.
Yeah, and that just shows you how far behind they are. If they weren't 0-2 on both those fighters are going in on that pick. Immediately when Kufra makes that set, they're going deep. But since they're not at that point in the game, they call it smart, honestly, and they don't dive past where they can. They're being pushed to death by Sentinel right now, and they need to work on this macro game.
Ooh, and they get a big pick onto Tempest. Riles trying to come in, do a little something here, but I don't know if he can. He's taking a little bit too much damage, and the poke comes in. The Holy Baptism finishes it, and down goes Riles. Next is Blink as the team of Sentinel Esports closes in this death grip even more, Ben.
Riles diving into that turtle when it's already gone and he's outmatched. Just honestly, it reeks of tilt. He's at to the point of the game, he's behind his curve, and when Balmond gets behind, he's actually a really bad pick. And Balmond dashing the turret there can't do anything, and he just feeds in another kill over Sentinel, who is steamrolling this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, oh, and now in the top lane, Popo's finally dying. We're definitely seeing.
Man.
I mean, yes, Sentinel had a lead last time, but it wasn't like this. AE definitely in a pretty bad position here. I don't know if there's much. I mean, with their composition, it just seems like they have no real end game plan here to pull this off.
Yeah, they went early game, they went double fighter, and now they're paying the price for it. They didn't win early game, they got behind, and now it is really up to this AE 5-man late game team fight to just be able to out team fight the other team. We've seen them do it before. This time they got a little less to work with. As Sentinel starts up this turtle, I don't think AE can contest this.
Yeah, why are they even trying? But Tempest going into this back line, trying to do something here. They do revert to the turtle, but Blink pops that Tyrant's Rage and goes down as Rise able to zone away Riles. Death, Hop hitting that champ stamp, pushing them all away. They don't need turtle. They don't need Lord. They're going to win these team fights, but AE wants to keep trying, even though they're taking a beating every time. As look at Death coming under the tower, doing a dive, but they're not able to finish it. But luckily, Sushi able to get away, but they are going to take that tower. And Riles hoping he can get the kill, but not able to get enough damage onto Death, getting him within just a sliver of health. World Manipulation does come up, though. AE may be able to make a turnaround here. They do try to zone them away, and that seems like that's all they can do right now, Ben.
That's what the AE needs, though, honestly, man. If they can keep playing this defense and walk back into their base and lay that Eve ult on 5 people with the Kufa being able to dive in 2 fighters, being able to go in there and clean up, that's exactly what they were looking for. And you saw it almost come into effect right there. It's just they're so far behind now, man. 5k gold at 10 minutes, and they don't have those late game scalers anymore. How can AE fight themselves out of this, man? They honestly just got to outplay on defense side. They got to turtle up. They got to stop going into these fights where they're severely outmatched in gold and in members. I mean, you saw that in that last team fight. Blink went forward. He was setting in this bush by the mid lane, and nobody was there to help him, right?
Yeah.
They got to get more coordinated and play defense.
One thing we did just see, and you mentioned it, they were able to get them all into that ultimate of Kage Terror, into that world manipulation, and it looked good for AE there for a second. So maybe oh, hold on, Blink takes big damage. Hers only going down in the top lane. A nice pick from AE on to hers only. I mean, that's a huge thing. But what I wanted to mention is maybe the plan here, instead of trying to take these engages, instead of pushing in, let them at some point. They have to come to you. So let them come into you and then bait them into that real manipulation, bait them into your pocket, and close in on them. It's a possible strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to turtle up and wait for that big ultimate coming out of the Eve. I think it's really good to get a pick on Beatrix right there in the off lane. That's just such a good play. Now Beatrix is going to go over there with a little bit of doubt in her mind. If you never gank the side lane and punish them, they think they're just free to split push, and they're going to keep doing it. Now pushing that wave out is going to buy them a little time. Here, team fight.
Nice pick on to Death with that Tyrant's Rage, and Kage Terror able to get the kill. Useless Ronin zoning them on the side, but Sushi keeping him at bay. Lord slowly inching forward, but look at the damage. Lord is taken out quite quickly, and all that Sentinel Esports gets out of this push is a tower, and they may be losing 2 members. World Manipulation does go up, and Useless Ronin taking some damage, is able to just get away by popping that ultimate, and Riles a little too deep. Blink goes down, and right when it looks like AE gets an advantage, they make the playing field go into the side of Sentinel Esports. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Sentinels does get a tower, Ben.
Opal over here with the assassination gameplay. I don't know about that one.
A little too deep there. Coming in from an angle, not wanting to walk in there, Ben.
Yeah, I don't know about Pulpo sitting in the bush behind the whole team fight with no tanks in front. I don't know about that one, but honestly, killing Beatrix there allowed AE to clear Lord out without losing too much. They didn't lose any inhibitors, and honestly, that's great for AE because they were about to, man. Had they not picked that Beatrix and lost Lord, it would have been 3 waves barreling down, and they were bound to get an inhibitor at some point. So picking Beatrix there, the ripple effect there is that even when Sentinel does get Lord, they're not able to capitalize inhibitor turrets on it. Great play from AE, making their own play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, AE, just like last game, seems to be coming back from a hopeless position, but it's still a long way to go, and if you're getting picked off like that, you don't want to take this. Hers only trying to pop that sniper, but getting knocked around by Templars. A nice positioning from him. Keeps on bringing that sniper in, misses the shot, and they're able to get the kill on the dead. Real manipulation is up, and the rest of the team is closing in. Useless Ronin on the run, Riles on the chase, and Blink zoning in. They make it a double kill. Now AE finally has a bit of an advantage. They're able to bait them into that real manipulation, and it looks good. Templa's taking a little bit of damage from Hers only, but he's might be getting a little too engaged there. Back off, keep your distance, because AE may be coming back in this fight.
Yeah, AE seeming to pull out a win of a team fight out of nowhere. It just turns around with a real world manipulation and punishes Sentinel walking through their jungle again. Tempest, man, playing with fire in every one of these team fights. He's not fed, but he's going into the back line. He was 5v1 in dragon form, just running around on him, and then decides, hey, I'm making the play right here, and Kagetora lays down the ultimate, and they make some plays. This 5-man grouped up team fight from AE is so strong. It's up to Sentinel to split this map up.
Yeah, Sentinel definitely maybe needed to do a little more macro here, control this bottom lane, pull them away from this Lord, but it seems like this time AE making a slightly better play, sending Riles, who's definitely the most behind on the team, down. You know, sending the person who's not as pivotal to these team fights. Hers only trying to pop this sniper, but I like the fact that they're all just zoning, playing it safe right now, Ben.
Yeah, they don't want to fight right here, and I love that they're splitting over the map. We just talked about how that's so important for them to go into other lanes and get its pushing, because when this Kufra and this Kagetora are standing on top of each other, it provides so much zone of effect and time for the rest of these members to work. Even at this disadvantaged state, they're still 3k gold down. Balmon's still 0-3, right? They're not at this winning position, but they're starting up Lord here. What do you think happens here, T?
Ooh, Blink misses that knock-up onto Kartuti, but Templars is there and they get the kill. They had a great zoning there with both members in those bushes. It seems like this time on these Lords, they're able, with those two heroes, do a little more, and real manipulation does come up. Many members are trapped. Rise is going to go down. The immortality does pop, and the rest of the team is there to maybe finish her off. No, she's going to get away unscathed with this one. Hers only popping that sniper, misses the shot though, as the rest of the team falls back. A nice play coming from AE overall as they revert back to this Lord, Ben.
Pulling him again, making Sentinel dare to walk in here. Now with a big set.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage, though. He does get the knock-up, but now Blink taking a little bit too much damage from that Champ Stamp. Death coming in. Riles looking low. Hers only in the back, but Templars gets a knock-up on a Death. Can he get the finish, though? He does get that passive proc, but he's just not able to get any damage on anyone to bring that health, but he pops that Dragon Form, comes in. Lord a little low on health. Who's going to get the finish? Riles trying to come in, but he gets locked down from Kagura and finished off. A big play from Sentinel Esports. A 4-man sweep, and they take the Lord, Ben.
They force them to come back in there, daring Riles with low health to come back in for the smite fight. He does, and he's punished immediately. 4 people down on the side of Aether Explicit, and now Sentinel's going to be pushing pedal to the metal. They don't even worry about that top lane who will take a turret. They don't even care. The Lord minions will clear it, but eventually they're pushing mid lane, trying to end this game quickly.
I mean, looking at this Lord fight, just look at Kagura come in and wipe out Riles, who's trying to come in for the Retribution steal. Then they take out Templars. But back to this game, because Sentinels is already pushing down the mid, and all that's left is Blink all alone. The inhibitor goes down, and game 2 is going to the side of Sentinels. But wait, Riles is here. A big Tyrant's Rage, and down goes Hers only in death. Can they fend this off? Useless Ronin chipping away, but the immortality pops. This could be the turnaround. Lord is healed here. AE turning the game around. 4 members of Sentinel taking out. A huge play coming from Blink and the rest of AE in the final moments, making this game push off. We gotta look at that replay. I mean, look at them coming in. Here comes the rest of the team there. Tyrant's Rage pops off. I mean, I thought it was over. Back to the game, though, because AE is pushing in on this base, Ben.
There's 9 seconds, and that's Rise. There's 8 seconds, 5 seconds on the Beatrix. I think they can end this game. This is going to full turnaround and run it down mid.
Oh my God, the base is going down, and the game goes to AE.
Oh no. Oh my God, what a choke. Oh, that feels so bad. It was within their grasp. A couple more autos, and the base would have been done. And then Riles, who's been quiet all game, jumps in and smacks 5 people with his ultimate and turns the game around. Oh my God. You know that's gotta hurt, T. That feels so bad.
Oh, what a finish. I'm speechless. That Tyrant's Rage from Kufra just comes in at the last moment. 3 of them pinned up against the base. I mean, I thought it was over too. I'm literally calling it Sentinels. We're going to game 3, and then just one play, 3 members wiped out. And just a reverse sweep from the side of AE, Ben. What a game.
Huge last stand from AE. And AE has shown us in the last game and in this game, man, they're willing to go down to the wire, and they will just keep fighting to the last second. That Nexus was 3 or 4 autos from being over with, right? And in those situations, there's always something Sentinel could have done better to finish the game. When it gets that close, a couple of mistakes are the make or break, right? So I'm sure there's some mistakes in there. But AE, willing to fight down to the wire, even in a losing position, the last second, they go in and they run it down mid. You love to see that from your team, man. There aren't many more clutch moments that can happen that closely.
Yeah, down to the wire. I don't think we've seen a game like that. What was it, last season we saw the one game where they were recalling so much, but even that, they could have finished it. This time they tried to finish it, and just one huge play changes everything. You know, it goes to show that even when you feel like you're winning, you gotta stick to textbook. You know, keep your distance. Don't just run under the tower. Finish it off like you would as if they were defending. Because, I mean, right there, all it takes is one Kufra ult to change the game. Who do you give the MVP to?
I gotta give MVP honestly to Blink, man. And he wasn't having a great game, but he made so many sets within that real world manipulation, and then at the end of the game, clutching up, saving the game. You gotta give it to Blink here.
Yeah, I mean, like, there was no crazy plays really from Blink the whole time. Maybe 1 or 2 the whole game. But just all it takes is one play like that to secure an MVP. You know, the touchdown play, the last game of the night, and or the last game of the series. And AE takes another sweep in the league, putting them up. I mean, that puts them up into... They're tied for 2nd place right now. I mean, just wonderful for them. I'm excited to see how they do up against some of the bigger teams, Ben.
Yeah, somebody from chat actually said AE got too cocky there and tried to finish, and he's totally right, Dobby. Good call, because Lord was barreling down in the bottom lane, and they could have just waited 5 more seconds for Lord and not dove the Nexus. Yeah, the death timers were coming up, but it would have been a much higher percentage play, and I think you're totally right. Had they just waited for Lord to push in and play with the Lord, they could have ended that game cleanly. AE, while they won this game, they're going to have to clean up this early game and getting to this point where they have to rely on mistakes from the enemy team to come back, because these bigger teams, TSU, Team Sexy, teams the Valley, these other big teams aren't going to make these same mistakes like Sentinel did and honestly blow a lead.
Yeah, they definitely won't. But again, I think AE's been a more of a looked down upon team, so a lot of teams are just doubting them. And we saw it in the first game. They didn't win that game off of a reverse sweep. They won that game off of playing right, taking their time, and winning it out in the end game. And even this time, playing tight, waiting for that one deciding moment. And they were winning a lot of those team fights towards the end game, using Kageterra as a positional, you know, as using that world manipulation. They're definitely showing a much different composition as a team, as a unit, than what we saw in the last season. I'm excited to see how they do against some of these future teams. Let's get back to this caster's desks and start talking about this next game, because what we got should be entertaining. We got the Kingdom, another underdog team, going against a North American favorite, Area 77, Ben.
Ooh, Area 77 is going to be a tough opponent, man. They have proven themselves to be at the top of the NA server for a long time. They've been playing together for a long time, an experienced team. This would be a potent match for the Kingdom to be able to show themselves. This is your chance, man. When we talk about this league, there's a few teams in this league who are obviously on top, and there are a few teams in this league who trend towards the bottom, right? But if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and the only way you get better is by playing better opponents. So this is an opportunity for Kingdom to come out and flex on some big names. Area 77 has struggled a little bit in our league's history, right? They've been taken down in some clutch situations. TSU taking the NACT off of them early and getting beat hard, right? So I'm looking for Area 77 to kind of restore their title right here. And beating the Kingdom won't really do that, but it's a step in the right direction. And I want to see them come out strong and honestly give the Kingdom no space to breathe.
Yeah, the Kingdom did well in their last series against who did they go up against last time we saw them? They went up against Brotherhood, and though they lost the series, they went 2-1. Brotherhood is a monster right now. Yes, they got swept by TSU, but that's TSU. Brotherhood took out Area 77, so they've caught a win against a high brawl team. So I don't think that they just get swept over here. I think they definitely have some possible picks in their pocket. They're still working out a few kinks, but they're definitely someone we need to keep our eye on in this game and in future games.
Yeah, and even if it is a 2-0 finish, that doesn't mean it's necessarily, in my opinion, like a sweep. Yeah, 2-0 technically means a sweep, right? But if the games are close and you're fighting back and forth for it, like, yeah, TSU 2-0'd the Brotherhood, but those games were close, man. You saw some moments in there where the Brotherhood looked really good. And then you saw some moments where TSU was like, yeah, you're good, but we're just better, right? And I want to see the Kingdom come out and show that same thing. Even if they go down 2 games here, I want them to take a game because it's good for them to have that 1 point going further in the tournament, right? It's really important. But even if they lose both, I want to see great gameplay come out of them. And right in our last series, you saw Sentinel, man. Great early game starts and just couldn't finish. So Sentinel's got to go back and they got to work on that. I want people to start paying attention to what other teams succeed and fail on and incorporating it into their own gameplay, right? Take a page out of Sentinel right there and say, hey, even if you win early, if you don't close cleanly, it doesn't matter, right? So I want the rest of the teams, just with the Kingdom and Area 77, clean finishes. Even if you got a lead, finish the game. It doesn't matter if you don't win.
Yeah, for sure. If they can show off here and not just have it be a complete bloodbath. We saw Exodus 9 just get wrecked by Area 77. 7.5-minute game.
Oh,
they got.
Did they carry the title?
Yes, Well, me and Tank said that we'd give a big bonus to whatever team could beat 8 minutes, and literally the next day, it was like day 2 that me and Tank said that. The next day, it's Area 77 versus X9. Yato on Area 77 messaged me and goes, "You said $300, right? For 8 minutes?" And I was like, "You're really gonna try it?" And he was like, "Yeah." And next thing you know, they come in with this Popo. It's Popo and Koopa, Brody jungle, Diggy for mid support to help stop the Kufra ults, and I forget who the rest were. And they won the game in 7.5 minutes. Oof. It was rough. It was me and Exia were casting it, and it was intense. It was definitely something to watch.
You can only surrender at 6 minutes. So imagine a minute and a half later before you're even able to surrender, you get GG'd. That is a different class, this team. That shows you some of the strength of this league, man. Like, I'm sure viewers in the chat, me and T, we wouldn't even make it up against Exodus 9, right? And then it shows you people are just way above. Come on, T. Come on. Go with the point. And then people are just way above Exodus 9, right? And it just shows you just how damn good these players are. Sometimes it blows my mind. We're on the caster's desk in these really cushioned chairs judging all these plays, right? But these guys are incredible players, man. And the people that can finish a game on a pro team in 7 minutes, that boggles my mind.
All right. I'm deciding if we're gonna need a ping check here. While we're waiting on this, I want to talk about some of our shout outs. Big shout out to the mods. Big shout out to Ritzeth. She's in chat right now. To Kina in chat right now. May Sky, Black for helping with some of the sponsorships that we've been getting. To all the teams. To Ben for casting, being amazing. To the other newer casters that we're working on training right now. Moon Pie, Phantom. You guys haven't met him yet, but we're in the works of bringing him in. Tank, even though he's no longer casting with us currently. He's still a good friend of ours. But most of all, I want to talk about our big sponsor this year, or this season, the people who brought the prize pool to this league this season, and that is United Farmers X. They're a project launched by a group of passionate professionals who have been scammed, rug pulled, and lied to in the past. Their aim is to provide an extremely safe and expansive ecosystem that includes yield farming and automated market making for the Binance Smart Chain network, and have many more exciting projects in development. They're fully doxed, very responsive, and a trustworthy team with a commitment to the growth and success of the ecosystem. They have a passion to help you make passive income. And I know that it looks and sounds like I'm reading this from a script, but I do believe they are a trustworthy cryptocurrency company. And if it's something you're interested in for layman's terms, and you're just interested in maybe getting into crypto, all of their Discord information, their Reddit information, their YouTube information is all pinned in the description. So if you got $50 and you want to make a couple bucks a day, check them out, man. Ask questions, jump in their Discord channel. If you want to learn about cryptocurrency, it's a great place to start because they have plenty of people ready to answer your questions about anything you have to ask. And thanks again for sponsoring the league. I appreciate it, guys. But I think we're ready for this game here in just a second, Ben. Do you just give it to Area 77, or do you think that the side of the Kingdom has a chance here?
I mean, if we're betting real money, if we're a betting man sitting at the table, right, everybody bets on Area 77 here, right? But oftentimes these games come down to the draft, and with the exception of that was our last series, honestly, where Sentinel painted themselves 2 leads and then kind of blew it and couldn't finish in both those games. So Sentinel's really got to go work on that and finishing games cleanly. I think statistically, yes, Area 77 has an advantage coming in this game, for sure. But what we're looking for from the Kingdom here is to put up a good fight. We're looking for them to maybe steal a game off of them, take a point. And when these lower teams face these higher teams, it's very important to take a game off of them. Get 1 point in the series and take it to your next one, right? Because at the end of the season, that's what separates you and gets you into the playoffs, where the other teams didn't get the one game and they're not going to make it.
I was worried. I'm sorry. I was worried there for a second. My game restarted.
Uh-oh.
We're all good, though. We're all good. We're all good, I swear. I think I've been watching the Kingdom more and more, and I feel like they have the potential to beat some of these better teams. They just need to tighten it up a little bit, you know? Just tighten up, get their communication down, get some of their comps down a bit more, and really do this, you know, be more of on the pro team level. But we're not going to waste any time. We don't need a ping check. We're going to jump right into game 1. I'm just letting Kingdom know that they do have first pick, first ban. And then we're going to jump in,
I love
Ben.
when we don't do a ping check. Man, that just makes my day complete. When T tells me there's not going to be a ping check, it just lets all the juices get flowing, the excitement start to build, right? Because everybody hates ping checks, man.
Everybody hates ping checks.
Everybody hates ping checks. Let's go. First pick, first ban, going over to the side of the Kingdom. There we go, got it. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Marquiti play again, and I've seen Yato play. Those are some of the names that kind of stick out for me in these games, and I'm really ready to see those guys carry games again, but I want to see what Area 77 goes with, man. We've seen a lot of comps be played into them from a lot of different teams, so I want to see what they're setting kind of as the top team, what the meta is for our region in total.
Yeah, and my wonder is, does so we know Yato, a monster on, like, has the Kingdom been doing their homework? With that ban, it looks like maybe they have.
Yeah,
like it's not a ban that you normally see unless you're going up against a team that you're worried about their Selena. So they bring in the Selena. I'm wondering if next they're gonna go for a Lilia ban to really go against Yato. I mean, he's probably one of the best Lilias out there. But he's got a huge hero pool. I saw him win the Season 1 up against the Valley with a Beatrix mid lane support and just clobber. So I've seen Area 77 just, and when I asked him about that after, he was like, I've only done it like 2 or 3 times and we just felt like it'd work and ran with it. So I know that Area 77 has the capability to just try new things. The question is, can the Kingdom do that as a newer put together team?
And honestly, for the lower level teams out there, doing your homework on your opponent coming in and banning out a couple of their picks will give you quite the advantage. And
team
honestly,
is
if you're at the
banning.
point where you can need every advantage you can take, focus ban somebody.
Your team
Ban out these
is
picks that are
banning.
proven to be really good on, and give yourself as much advantage as you can. And I love to see the Kingdom showing the dedication here that we did our homework. We're coming to this with a plan. It looks really good for them starting out.
Yeah, it definitely looks good. The Yuzong ban, the Selena ban, and then when we look at the side of Area 77, just kind of typical bans, nothing too
Yeah.
focused, and
Your team
either
is
that
banning.
means that they haven't been worried to do their homework about the Kingdom, or now, no, wait. Edith ban was definitely a target ban. I know you've been wanting to see the Edith pick, and I'm upset that we're not going to get to see the Kingdom pick it, because that is actually the thing that gave the Kingdom a huge advantage in their games against Brotherhood.
Yeah, Edith, man, is really starting to be figured out by a few teams, and she can be run. She's so flexible, man. She can be played in the XP. She can be played in the Roam. Really flexible pick, and honestly, saw it over in the NPL PH a couple nights ago. Used to great effect with actually the flicker. Interesting to see Yato go for the Cho here. Will that be played? Do you think another flex pick? It can be played in the Roam. It can be played in the XP.
Yeah, and the next question is, are we going to see this this Amon? We haven't seen him yet this season. We saw him on and off in Season 1. Or was he not allowed in Season 1? I can't remember. I always get blended up with the end. No, we did see him in Season 1 because TSU
Mono
liked to
TSU,
use him.
yeah,
TSU liked to use him. But we haven't seen him make a comeback, but they immediately go for just a solid comp, you know, that scary comp that when it's in the right hands, it's worrisome. They go for this Roger, this Lolita, and this Clint, but immediately brought in... Area 77 coming in with the troll picks right now. The disrespect picks. That's what these are. We've seen them picked a few times. Yato running on this Chow, Mark Cutie on Mage, and Mitsuke running this Petrify Fanny. Yes, it's doable, but it's definitely a troll pick in the in-season.
And hey, if honestly, Kingdom, if these teams don't respect you and they throw some of this BS at you, take advantage of it, man. Eat up that W. And can you imagine if Kingdom 2-0s Area 77 here? That would be a huge blow and a huge mistake from Area 77 disrespecting this team like that. We'll see if it works out. Maybe this is a really executed plan, but you have to think with the Fanny and the Farsa, it seems, especially with the Eve open, a lot of other mids open, it seems a little bit like disrespect. We'll have to see.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, the picks aren't bad. The way I know that they're trolls is the people they're on, and then you see Fanny with this Petrify. And were you there when Shark went to Petrify Fanny in the mid lane? Was that me and you, Cassie?
No, I don't think so. I didn't see that. No.
Shark goes Petrify Fanny, and I mean, made it look good though. Mid tank Petrify Fanny and made it look really good. They still won the game, but it ended up kind of falling off halfway through. But I mean, it's doable, and I mean, it's definitely people have been talking about this Petrify Fanny recently and saying, oh, they're using it in rank and oh, it's in meta. I just don't think that it's really made it shine yet. But hey, maybe Area 77's not messing around. Maybe they're bringing this to the table, Ben.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about Shark, who is the third team in the world at M3, right? So you're talking about like a world performer, and I bet he could play like Diggy and make it look good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not really worried. If Shark wants to play it, Shark can play it. Mizuki, different player than Shark, right? Not necessarily at that level. So I wonder if this will come back to bite him in the butt, because the Kingdom, man, they have set up with a Lolita, a Clint, and a Roger. They are prepared to do a lot of damage and a lot of space for these marksmen to work. I think the Fanny gets beyond that Lolita and really puts pressure back onto this Clint, whereas they don't have anything else to reach back there.
Yeah, they definitely don't, but if Yeho goes for that Hayabusa pick, I mean, it's just looking like real. When you look at the side of, like, when we see a Roger and a Clint, we think, oh, they're just gonna jump in and fucking get there. But then when I look at the side of Area 77 right now, it's like, our only option is to jump in and get there. Like, you got Fanny come. They have a lot focused on trying to get to the back lane right now. You got Yato on Chow. He's going to try to dash through, either pick off this Clint or knock Roger out of the way. You got the long range of Farza. And then you got Fanny and an assassin like Karina. I mean, they're just going to try to dominate early on here. If they don't pick any kind of real late game hero, though, right now, their only real saving grace, though, when it comes to the 12-13 minute mark is going to be Farza.
Yeah, Farsa will scale okay, but honestly, if Area 77 doesn't do really well early game, the Kingdom has the tools to really win this. So I want to see the Kingdom. Oh, a little bit of respect to T-Rex there with the Khalid off lane. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, good to see Khalid in the meta. Honestly, he's an incredible XP laner, very, very potent in the side lane, can do a lot of work. And honestly, this draft v draft, the Kingdom's got this game all day, right? But we know there are a difference in the skill levels of these teams. I'm wondering if this draft advantage is enough for the Kingdom to make up for that difference of skill of Area 77.
Yeah, you know what worked great against the Kingdom when they picked Rafa. I mean, when they went Fanny, they have a great Fanny on their team. But what really worked well against them was running a Eudora. And honestly, it's Eudora's like, she's definitely not like super meta, but she's super niche. She works in certain situations just to a T greatly. And I think Eudora would have been a great pick there. I'm a little iffy about the Lunox pick. Yes, she has great burst damage, but she's normally picked up against bulkier heroes. But we'll jump into this game and see exactly what happens, Ben. Let's get the laydown on how these lanes are going and where we're going to see everybody.
Let's go, man. I'm ready to see if Troll can beat really serious hardcore draft here. I think in the bottom lane, Clint does have an advantage over the Beatrix, so that's going to be a lane that may have to be tended to by the side of Area 77. Clint should win that 1-1, right? Farsa's going to have roam advantage in the mid lane. She's going to be able to beat people to the side lane, so I'm wondering to see how Kingdom can win this early game.
Looks like Area 77, though, already trying to come in. This is what you do with this Petrify Fanny. You try to push the early invade, and a big knockup, and Glow Up Kid goes down. First blood going to Mitsuke, but Bokarosco on the run, pops that flicker, not able to get the finish onto him, though, and now it looks like the rest of Team Area 77 is taking this blue buff.
Oh, no. That's like the projected start you knew was coming, and another pick. No.
Can they beat the 7.5 minute mark? That's the question.
Oh no. I was setting it up, man. I was making this great storyline about the Kingdom being able to clap Area 77 for trolling, and then they walk right into what they know Area 77 is going to bring at them early game. They're going to walk in and disrespect your jungle buffs and put this Roger out of the game.
Yeah, and it's what they're doing once again. Onto the red buff now. A nice knockup coming from Yato. Onto that Love Me Senpai. Globe Kid just trying to salvage this Ragnarok. Coming up from the bot lane, followed up by Bokarosco, but I don't know if you want to try to sandwich just yet here. Just make sure Roger gets a buff, and now your only option is to play for the late game, I feel, Ben.
I mean, it's a 0-2 start on Roger, and they are not going to stop pushing in on this. The rest of the lanes have to collapse on this, give up a little bit of farm, and really punish Area 77 for being so deep into the Kingdom's jungle. Clint, give up a lane of XP, come back, and start clapping these people who are... Your jungle is a team game, right? Roger's now 0-2. He's not going to be anything what we normally see a Roger be, because Area 77 just went in and stole his buffs. They honestly pressured him so much.
Yeah, he's not even level 4 yet. Yeho already level 5. I mean, there's definitely a huge jungle diff here. Turtle's up. Don't screw that turtle. Leave that turtle behind. And I like that the Kingdom's going for that. They decide to opt down to this bot lane. Maybe get a pick on to Unicuti. But worst case scenario, you at least get some gold lane. They do move out on Unicuti. Some nice damage. Are they going to be able to get the kill here for the shotgun? Takes out Glow Up Kid. A huge outplay from Unicuti. This is bad for the side of Kingdom.
Honestly, that kind of spells disaster. 3v1 dive on a Beatrix, and she kind of outplays.
Look at this outplay. Oh man, Unicuti. The shotgun comes out and boom, over. A beautiful play from them, Ben.
Excellent, and you can see the pressure doesn't stop. Area 77 in the jungle again. Now a pick onto the tank will look better.
Love Me Senpai taking a little too much damage, but might be able to just get away. But Mark Cutie, all of them on different roles, but I mean, all of them play so well. Yato doing wonderful in this Chow as a tank, and Mark Cutie just positioning around, trying to get these stuns, taking real advantage of those first few levels.
Something interesting that we haven't noticed yet, the Karina is actually running the jungle emblem, and this is something we do see in the PH server. People running this on Karina and Lancelot, those high base damage heroes, running the jungle emblem, which gives an extra 20% damage onto objectives. So they're going to control Turtle, they're going to control Lord, and I mean, she's invading with that. Can you imagine if she had Assassin emblem pushing in that Roger on these invades?
Yeah.
It's even worse.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be a nice, like you said, oh, wait a second, because Boca Roscoe goes down. Picks coming left and right. It's a hot game from Area 77. Love Me Senpai just trying to salvage something, but why'd you jump in there? What are you doing? Yato gets the knockup, and Love Me Senpai goes down. Glow Kid is next. It's just a slaughter tonight, boys.
Oh man, I was like so hopeful for the Kingdom to beat them while they were trolling, and they're showing why they were trolling. Mizuki, up to 4-1 on the Fanny, is now able to really just dive through the map. Lolita can't find a hard stun in very quickly, so this Fanny is going to be out of control for at least the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just completely out of control. Doesn't even need a blue buff right now. Just coming through, coming in, doesn't know where. And then you got Chow over here also, just Yato just making these plays and picks. I love the aggression coming from Area 77 right now. The question is, could they do this against a team like TSU, Ben?
No, I mean, no. That's why they're doing it, because they can do it against those teams, right? They're showing that they can. They're showing just how much better they are here. Is that we can play this kind of almost a little bit trolly lineup, and they're rolling them 9-1. 5 minutes in, they're 5k gold up. Roger's 0-4. Like, there's no hope for Roger ever being effective in this game anymore.
Yeah, it's true. He is going to try to come in onto Yato here, though. A nice flicker coming from Boca Roscoe. Can they finally get the kill? That Numenor Blast does come in. The flicker comes in, and they get another kill finally for the side of the Kingdom. But Yeho in the backline trying to come in on Ragnarok. Why did he re-engage?
Oh, no.
He's taken out,
Oh, no.
And that is worth the death for Yeho. He was going to get sandwiched. Either way, Yeho was down. Why did he try to come back there?
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Clint just stepping up, not knowing Karina can re-engage right there. But Roger picks up 2 kills. That's great kill distribution onto the side of the Kingdom. A little ray, a glimmer of hope, we'll say.
Not only that, Venom on this Khalid. Let's talk about that. Sitting at 1-0 right now. He's the only member on the team without a death. Maybe he can help carry things when we get to this 10-minute mark, Ben.
Yeah, he's going to be potent in the off lane. It's just the struggle is the jungle invades that are happening. And another pick onto Clint, who's extended no help and really out of position. They have to play around Khalid a little bit more, but they have to understand where they're weak. The jungle no longer belongs to them, so walking outside of a turret through your own jungle, it's not your position anymore.
Yeah, they got to start playing a little bit smart, a little bit more at angles. Boca Roscoe getting picked off. I think they really need to just pocket up at this point. No matter what, they're going to lose towers. No matter what, they're going to lose lanes. Just start 5-manning and running around. But in comes Yuna. A nice takeout onto the Love Me Senpai. And down goes 2 more members of the Kingdom. They're just trying to defend this tower. Glow Kid not even wanting to step into that blue jungle.
You can't. I mean, now that they have mid lane down, they own the jungle. They're not going to get any more blue buffs, any more red buffs, and Roger's further behind. A huge dive coming from Fanny. She may have got too deep.
A little too deep there. Does get taken out, and the kill does go to Globe Kid. Finally, they do come back, but Mark Cutie pops that. Pops that feathered airstrike, and what is Venom doing? Goes in, he gets shredded. Love Me Senpai all alone now, but at least they defend the tower?
Question mark? Yeah, he struggles to say that because of what it cost them to defend that. Fanny goes a little bit too deep. Honestly, Area 77 is having fun right now. They're really diving deep. They're trying out some new things they would not normally be able to play against a top-level team. And now's the time, honestly, for them to be trying these things out.
Oh, finally, Boca Roscoe does get a kill onto Unicutie. That's a first kill onto that Beatrix. And Boca Roscoe looking like he's starting to do a little bit of damage. If we take a look at some of these items, he has at least locked in that Clock of Destiny, and he's working on that second core item. But here comes a big play. Yeho comes in and gets the kill into Love Me Senpai. Venom may just be next. The kick comes in, and he's not even able to pop that second skill heal. Boca Roscoe coming in, does get the kill onto Yeho, but now he's all alone, and is going to get picked off by Yato Gami, boys. And the flame shot comes in. Mark Cutie steals the kill. Globe Kid trying to salvage as Ragnarok closes in with the pincer. Can they get the kill to Yato? No. Globe Kid gets stunned by Mark Cutie. She pops that for Wings by Wings. Looking for another kill, but she just can't get in as Ragnarok protects him. And he's able to go back to base, Ben.
Maybe. I'm still not sure. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, just lurking around there. Just knew where he was at, honestly. And to the point where, honestly, I'm proud of the Kingdom for not rolling over here. They are starting to trade some kills back now. I mean, this was looking way worse at the 5-minute mark than what it looks like right now. They've actually regained a little control of their jungle. They're getting some buffs, question mark. Maybe going for another pick.
Ooh, Yeho taking a little bit of damage. Venom does use that Sandstorm coming in, trying to get the damage onto Yeho, but he's not able to get that first kill. It's forced to go back. Mitsuke on that back line. Bokarosco has to pop that light ult and just get away as the side of the Kingdom is forced to back off. They just want to salvage this blue buff, Ben.
And honestly, I would keep pulling this and making Area 77 get massively out of position, just being greedy, honestly, in the jungle. And now Roger's to the point, he's 3-5. He's actually hitting a little bit. Bokarosco on the Lunox hitting a little bit. So a little bit of hope for the Kingdom. They're not getting stomped in 7 minutes.
Yeah, they're definitely not getting stopped in 7 minutes. We are going to see this go to probably a 12, 15 minutes. If the side of the Kingdom can hold out, just hold out, they do have the end game capability, whereas the side of the other team just does not, but Venom goes down. Stop getting picked off, Kingdom.
Yeah, they have to just draw this line of turret proximity and never step beyond it. A little bit of pick setup and it doesn't go down.
Yato maybe going out here, though. Nice damage. In comes Globe Kid. Ragnarok gets the kill, though. And now Area 77, for the first time we've seen, is on the run. The rest of them, Feathered Airstrike comes down, but the stun comes in, and a kill comes on to Marcutie. Nice plays coming from the Kingdom, and we're starting to see where this early game comp of Area 77 is falling off just a little bit.
Oh my goodness, the Kingdom stepping up for a Lord right here. Can they take Lord before they're able to come back for this?
Oh, Yuna, though, sitting behind this wall. We know she's got an ultimate ready to go. She's got that spray bullets ready to fire, but Love Me Senpai trying to keep her at bay. Yeho also on the side. We know she's got that jungle in him. She's going to do big damage, and Love Me Senpai is assassinated behind the wall as the rest of the team comes in, but Globe Teal gets the Lord. Venom using that first skill, trying to do something, but Globe Kid goes down, and so does Bokarosco. It's a 3-for-0 trade. Yes, they get the Lord, but the Kingdom is definitely at a disadvantage here.
Kingdom's got balls, man. Stepping up for that Lord when Yeho has a 20% advantage onto the neutral objective thanks to the jungle emblem is a big move. Roger coming in here, I don't know if it's a good move.
Ooh, Feathered Airstrike takes out Glow Up Kid, and the tower goes down next. The Kingdom, you know, this is tighten up a little bit. Stop making these crazy plays. Love Me Senpai with the conceal play, trying to come out and defend. Lord is going to push out, and it should buy them a little bit of time to make this go a bit farther into the game, Ben.
Yeah, the balls on Kingdom for stepping up that Lord at this deficit with a team who's honestly taking you not seriously right now. I love to see that from the Kingdom. They took Lord off the map, and that means, oh goodness, that Area 77 can't get it.
Oh man, Venom just gets deleted. Does he have Bloodlust Axe on right now? Oh man. You know, the Khalid right now, no Bloodlust Axe, and I get it. Some people think it's not the way to go. They go for that Hepatitis Blade, but let me explain one thing. When you get a nice jump into 3 members like that, if he had that Bloodlust Axe, he wouldn't be getting deleted so fast in these team fights.
Yeah, it brings a lot of sustain for it. Farsa with the ultimate now, maybe getting knocked up. Oof.
Oh, Love Me Senpai able to survive for just a second, but Yeho moving in. She's getting a bit tankier though, and he does. Oh. I thought that flame shot was going to land, Ben, or was going to take her out.
The Kingdom standing tall here at 11 minutes, hasn't lost an inhibitor, actually took Lord away. And can you just imagine the state of the game at Area 77 taking that Lord? That's their way to break the base and get in, but the Kingdom took it off the board, and I think that was an excellent play from the Kingdom. It took balls of steel to walk into that, and they did it, they pulled it off, and they have extended the game now to 12 minutes. And this is to the point where, man, Clint's going to start doing damage. A lot of it. Lunox is going to start doing damage. Roger, who was so far behind, is now not so far behind.
Yeah, but they still have to worry about the Farza. Like, I was worried that Area 77 wasn't going to bring any endgame, any endgame insurance, but they still have Yuna on this Beatrix, and they have Marcutie on this Farza. So they still have plenty of damage for this endgame. It's still a tough game when it gets to 15 minutes here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you're talking about 10K gold deficit, and we're trying to make this the best story we can. You know what I mean? The Kingdom, trust me, has lost all map priority. They're turtled inside their base. They're locked in there. But that does give an advantage against such a dive lineup that the Area 77 has gone with. Area 77 has to come to you at this point. They can't close the game. Their only win condition from here is taking Turtle and breaking the base home, and so that this Karina, this Fanny, can get back into that team.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's true. And like we said with Area 77, bait them into you. they do have, I mean, they have the CC potential. If they can get a nice setup on 3 or 4 members of Area 77, using that Numenon Blast, using that Sandstorm from Khalid, and just chain some nice CC, and have Bokarosco and Glow Up Kid and Ragnarok come in for that huge burst damage. I mean, I can definitely see it going to them, but it's, can they get that play off? Can they get that pivotal moment off like we saw from AE in the last series?
Yeah, they do need a clutch moment, and they need a couple of clutch moments. They need like 2 or 3 clutch plays to win team fights, and they can get it. They have a lot of standing going on the map. I'm really curious to see what Kingdom can do here to defend. They need to push out some side waves so that not all of them hit at the same time, and they have to keep turtling. They have drawn this line in the sand that they're not stepping beyond, and that's a great look from the Kingdom, honestly. They're not giving over any more picks. But being turtled into your base with this huge team, and now they're freezing in the mid to make sure these lanes hit at the same time, it's going to be a tough push for the Kingdom.
Yeah, Area 77 doing a great job of sinking in these lanes, but the fight is now on, and it starts off with a huge kick onto Bokarosco. The Numenon Blast comes in, but it's not going to save the day here. Love Me Senpai about to go down, able to just get away from Minsky under the tower. He can't get the kill. Down comes that Feathered Airstrike, and the Lord is on the base. Yuna zoning them away. Venom dives into the back, but it's not enough. The tower goes down, the base goes down, and first game goes to Area 77.
Just as I say, they've drawn this line in the sand. Lunox steps a little bit. Bokarosco steps a little bit out behind that turret. Cho flickers behind, instant kick, the pick. Now we're pushed down the inhibitor. Once the inhibitor's gone, these assassins are free to dive through the base. Now, what needs to change for game 2? Now, you're going to expect Area 77, after have rolled you with this comp, to do it again. They're going to get into your jungle early, and they're going to punish you early, right? So I want to see the Kingdom predict that. Either reverse invade and be on the other side of the map farming the jungle yourself, or have everybody come back and defend this jungle so that Glow Up Kid doesn't get punished like he did in the first game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, when I look at that, you just got beat by Area 77's B comp, you know?
Yeah.
True. If I really had to pick it, like you said, there's some small mistakes, and this is what I said before the game started. The Kingdom, they're a good team. They have the potential, but there's a couple things they need to tighten up. You need to know that Area 77 is going to push in the early game. So keep your tank and your mage more towards the blue side to stop that invade. Fanny decided to go up to that top lane immediately, and there was vision on both of them. You got to know that the invade is coming down, and you got to be ready for it. And then also some of those item choices. I think Khalid would have been much better with Bloodlust Axe. I think some of those early team fights when he engaged on the 3 members, he could have got a kill or 2. Could have changed a lot of things. So just small things that turn a extremely good team into that top of the line type team. Looking at this though, I got to give the MVP to who Moonton set it for. Mark Cutie on that Farza. Just in the early game, positioning, always using that wing by wings, getting the best out of it every single time. And those first 4 levels when she didn't have Feathered Airstrike, hitting those stuns every time, locking up Globe Kid. I mean, just a beautiful game from Mark Cutie.
Yeah, I would either go with that or Yato. I think Yato put so much pressure down into the jungle Kingdom and really did not give Glow Up Kid a chance in this early game. And actually, credit to Glow, man. He got a couple of kills back, and it was honestly, for a second there, it looked like they turned a couple of those fights around, and then you just saw the full might of a 10,000 gold deficit run down mid lane, right, with 1 pick. On the side of the Kingdom, I think you're right. Venom, his build was playing like he's in solo queue and his team's ahead, right? And what you needed to be playing was, hey, we're 10,000 gold behind kind of build, right? And it just wasn't that same matchup. So I think the Kingdom can go into this game, learn a couple of things there, and I don't think they can take much of this to the draft phase for themselves and ban out some heroes, because these picks are something you're never going to ban from Area 77, right? You're never going to ban those things. So I think it's more about the gameplay and the mistakes and the way that the Area 77 is going to play this next game, and you can predict that they're going to do the same thing again, and they need to counter in that way. I think there's an option here for Kingdom to really surprise them in the early game if they have maybe an extra member sitting in a bush waiting for that invade or something like that to come in. They got to do something crazy in this game too.
They definitely got to do something crazy. But Area 77 brought the crazy last time. So I'm excited to see if they try it again. But definitely, whatever they choose for their,
Your team
I
is
do.
banning.
All right, stop whatever I was gonna say. Area 77, at least I can say this: Kingdom has earned a little respect because they continue to get this Target Edith ban, and
True.
no other team has been banning Edith. Meaning, there's a slight modicum of respect there against, like, we know they have a nice Edith on their team. We don't want to deal with that. We don't want to have the hassle of that. So they need to work on something. Let's see if are they going to go for the same ban? Are they going to take out the Selena? Are they going to, do something completely different this time? Because when you get, I like the
Your
Chow
team
ban.
is banning.
I like the Chow ban.
I just don't know if it's like. I say a lot. You're never going to beat with the same thing twice, and I think the Kingdom's going to play good in doing that and taking away that because I think it provided a lot of pressure. But there are a lot of other heroes that can do it even worse than Cho did. I mean, you're talking about a Hilda, a Matilda. You're talking about a lot of other supports, Grok, who can walk in there early game and just completely disrupt your jungle. So I don't
Yeah.
think it's much as on the picks
Your
as it was the
team is
playstyle,
Yeah.
man. The Kingdom was playing like Legends, and Area 77 was playing like Mythic Glory, man. It was just a mismatch.
Yeah, it was definitely in your target right now. Their target ban, like I said before, that was Area 77's B comp. Right now you're targeting their B comp.
True.
You're targeting the heroes that they mess around on. So are you now gonna let Area 77 get like their ace in the hole heroes? So. I guess it just comes, like you said, there's just a skill diff right now. There's definitely a huge skill diff between some of these teams. But again, this is how the Kingdom's going to learn. This is how the Kingdom's going to get better. They're definitely not they're not completely off the pedestal yet. They still have opportunity. We're still earlier in the season. And I truly believe that we're going to see
Your
some of these
team is
lower
banning.
bracket teams become mid to upper bracket type players by the end of the season.
Yeah, and they're the ones who gain the most in these games. You think Area 77's learning a lot here? You think they're improving a lot here? No. It's the Kingdom who's taken all of this information back to the house,
Your
hopefully
team
putting it
is
to work
banning.
as this tournament continues on, right? Take your mistakes. Understand that these top-level teams are going to invade the hell out of your buffs early. Okay, how do we counter that? Is it a hero? Is it a playstyle? Do we reverse invade and we're just farming on the other side of the map? They didn't even see us over there. Something has to come out because if you go toe-to-toe with these guys, they're going to win. You got to pull something out of the hat here.
Yeah, you definitely. I think you said those same words with Exodus 9 against maybe Team Sexy, was it? You
God.
just got to do something crazy. You just gotta get fucking crazy, man.
Really,
You
truly,
didn't
like
beat
I want to
them
see some reverse
regularly.
invades. Yeah, if you play their regular game at all, they're gonna win. Go into their jungle and start farming.
Yeah.
Don't even be at your buff. How crazy would that be if they walk in expecting you? You're not even there, homie.
Yeah, you got to play. You got to come up with some actual
Your team is picking.
strategies. Because when we looked at Fanny, the way she just came in, you knew that was Area 77's immediate. Like before the game started, it's like, all right, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And the question is that what the Kingdom's doing right now? Are they thinking, all right, we're going to we have an idea of what our comp's going to be, and depending on how draft goes, we're going to kind of mold it around this idea, and then come in with this game plan of, we're going to prioritize gold lane first. We're going to try to go for the red buff invade first. Come in with a playbook of strategies.
Yeah, I would like to see them probably draft extremely early game, like super early game focused, and just honestly brawl with Area 77 early, or completely avoid them on the map. Like you have to min max somewhere here because any type of averaged out play is just not going to work in your favor, and you have to be playing from that point that you're massively behind. Like you have to understand coming into this matchup, Area 77 is a much stronger team than we are. Okay, how do we use that to benefit us? What are they going to overcompensate on? Where are they going to push too far, right? Where can we punish? And you have to mold your strategy around going against one of the top teams in the league. You have to.
It's true. Looking at these comps, though, did they get the Yuzong last time? They didn't get the Yuzong last time,
They
right?
didn't get the Yuzong last
So
time.
I like
And then-
that pick, Bo Carrasco bringing in this Kagura. But I mean,
Yeah.
this time, though, we're seeing Area 77 bring a bit more of their A comp. Unikudi on this Esmeralda, Yato on this Lilia. I mean, yeah, they picked the Granger, which you said it. It's more of a A-tier jungler, but still a monster. I mean, best player shreds people with him. Plenty of great junglers shred people with him. So
Your team is banning.
I think even though it looks like I like the comp right now from the side of the Kingdom, it's gonna be a tough game once again, probably tougher than the last.
Yeah, that's just what I'm thinking. Now we're going regular draft to regular draft. You know, we're already massively outskilled. How are we going to compete in this? So what I want to see a completely different play style. If you put yourself in these positions, I hope the Kingdom has a plan for this. I'm expecting them to, because they showed some resilience in that game. They didn't roll over and tilt and keep feeding. They actually turtled up and kind of made a little bit of a stand. Walking out to get Lord was a big play. It extended the game by at least 3 minutes, right? And I want to see them show that here. Don't let Area 77 roll over you again. Even if they do roll over you, get some kills back. Outplay them a little bit. The Lord take was their outplay of last game. That was something Area 77 was not expecting. That kind of really stunted their plans a little bit. We need to see some more of that energy from the Kingdom. Because even if they get 2-0'd right here, show me something, Kingdom. Show me that you're one of the teams in here that's ready to compete. Because when you go against one of the low teams, you're going to dominate if you have that same energy.
It's true. Like if you can compete against a team like Area 77 right now, then when you go up against some of the Deuce Knights, which I hate to like, I know these other teams are like listening right now. They're like, hey, what the fuck, man? But like, you go against Exodus 9, you go up against Deuce Knights, you go against you know, some of the teams that right now, by points speaking, are on the lower 6 side. You know, you definitely have a little bit more of an advantage. You have an opportunity. So are you going to be a bottom of the bracket team, or are you at least going to be a mid-tier team when it comes to the season? I don't mean in general, because all of these teams are good, but when it comes to these teams playing in the season right now, where are you going to drop on the map? It's not all just about making it to the playoffs. You know, I think the major thing is just try not to finish last.
Yeah, and hey, man, if you're to that point, listen, don't finish last then. Make that be your goal and make it come true. I know that we're looking at it from Team Sexy's perspective at the top of the league down, right? But if we take a bottom up look at things, it's a race to not be last, right? And we've had a couple of teams drop from the tournament completely. Hey, at least you're doing better than them. You're showing more, resilience. You know what I'm saying? You're still beating those guys. So keep pushing, man. The only way to go is up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that alone says so much. You know, we've already had a team drop. We've had teams forfeit games that, you know, we didn't see a game this morning because they forfeit. So just having a 5-man squad that can make it on time every day says a lot. People always jump into the chat. It's like, oh, these teams are trash, or why don't you pick better teams? Well, it seems like the teams that most people say are better can't actually be organized or make it to events or anything. So, I mean, right now, I got to give props to just these Area 77, you know, the Kingdom showing up and showing out.
Oh,
there's your
goodness.
Hilda. Were they watching
Hilda.
MPL last night?
Oh man, so guys, I was streaming MPL PH last night, and Evos destroyed using a Hilda Matilda to invade, and they were losing in kills, they were losing in a little bit of map pressure, but they took so much away from the other team. They could never walk out of their base. They didn't get any resources. The Hilda, the game only lasts like 12 minutes, man. Hilda is going to invade and dominate this Kingdom lineup if they don't have something prepared. And I think Barats kind of does that. Gives you a little bit of tankiness. You're not going to be as susceptible to these invades. Maybe a little bit of outplay coming in from Kingdom. I like the change.
Not only that, but they brought in Cross. They dropped.
Isn't this a different guy?
Yeah, who did they drop? I'm so bad. This is stuff I'm so bad with. I don't know how the MPL. Oh, it was Roger. It was Globe Kid. So they dropped dropped Globe Kid, brought in Cross, who I'm pretty sure Cross is their main jungler.
Okay.
So I would really like this Barat's jungle personally. I think it would run well, but he does lock in that retribution. That's what we're gonna see.
I was about to say.
Area 77 bringing in this Moskov as their pick, which honestly hasn't really been meta at all in the gold lane, but there are times that he shows off and really does his thing. But I think the most exciting thing to see here is, like you said, that Hilda pick. I can't wait to see how it's exactly utilized in this game.
It is a brutal thing to watch, honestly. It gets into the jungle early and completely disrupts the flow. We may have a game here where Cross is not going to be able to get the farm. I think it's super smart seeing that Hilda going through Bratz, a really tanky hero that can stand there and take a little bit of beating from Hilda and just smite his buff and then move on to the other side. Hilda's going to be wasting a lot of time here going after that Bratz if that's how they choose to play it. I think rolling the Moskov here gives them an incredible late game potency. Nobody wants to go on a Moskov late game, man. Nobody.
Definitely not. And like you said, we are going to see this Bratz in the jungle. I really want to follow in on Marcutie and see if, like you said, is she going to go for this early game invade?
Without a doubt. I mean, that's why you pick it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to sit in this bush.
And I mean, I think she's super underrated, but the passive that she gets, once she locks in that Oracle, she can just sit in a bush and get all of her health back so fast. She's just going to harass here, but they decide to have Love Me Senpai stick around, try to help, and they're going to try to force Cross to use this Retribution a little bit early in the game, but in comes Yato here to back up. He does use that Retribution, and now he's forced to go over to red, but look what's happening at the red buff. This is the invades that we want to see from the Kingdom, Ben.
Yeah, and now, even though you had a little bit of answer, the Hilda Granger goes across when you know they're going to be pairing to defend that blue buff, and he takes the red buff. Complete 5-head play from Area 77. Great adaptation to what they knew the Kingdom was going to try to pull in defending their blue buff.
Yeah, and I mean, he just completely ignored his blue buff. I think at this point, what they should be doing is trying to push back. I mean, like, all right, let's go to your blue buff then. You do have the tankiness with Bratz. That's what Bratz is good at. Let's get in their jungle. Let's be bulky in there and try to force a Retribution out of Yeho right now.
The problem with this Hilda is that they're actually paying attention to it, and with the Hilda, man, you've either got to have the burst to kill her, or you have to completely ignore her. Anytime you put in this Hilda any damage, any mana, any skills, is a complete waste of time, and the other jungler is over there farming his day away.
Yeah, I mean, she's just going to constantly get vision, but in comes Yeho getting some nice burst damage on Love Me Senpai. He pops that Death Sonata. He does miss the final shot, but he is going to get this kill onto Love Me Senpai. That's a first blood going to Area 77. But Ragnarok has come around, gets some nice damage onto Mitsuke, forced to run away though. Cross taking a little bit too much damage here. Might have to back off, but he's able to die. I mean, he does go down, and Yeho able to get the double kill, Ben.
Bokarosco's got to get out of there. He cannot feed another kill as this deteriorates. He needs to never have gone into that play. He does burn the what? Oh, goodness.
Here comes Marcutie, though. In the back, Bokarosco able to get away with just a little bit of health, though. Luckily saves the day, but you have to know that Marcutie is here, sitting at that tower, ready to make the play, trying to come in. Is she going to get to him? No, she decides to revert over to this blue buff, Ben.
But how much time has he wasted from Kagura? And then the Moskov comes through. Oh, God. Oh, man. This is looking kind of brutal. The Hilda is such an annoying thing to play against, and you see a little bit of pressure was brought on her, but anything you put into this Hilda, if you don't get the kill, is a waste of time. She's going to come over and counter cross again.
Look at this arrow. Wait 1 second. Look at this arrow. Just cross the map, comes in, takes her out. And back to the map, so we're missing some things. We did get a pick onto Marcutie, but Love Me Senpai does go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade for the first time in this game so far. Yato a little bit deep, though, trying to get the damage onto Cross. He did pop that Black Shoes. They need to try to take out Yato here, but Cross taking a little bit too much damage. Bokarosco not able to connect. Yato keeps pushing in, maybe a little bit too far. Can they get the finish? And they get a kill onto Yato. We're now sitting at 2-4 in the first 3 minutes. Area 77 sitting at a nice gold gap.
This is a great change of pace from the Kingdom, man. Giving up a little bit of lane in the farms and focusing on their jungle. Not leaving Cross out to die against this constant invade. And it's really shown. It's 4-2, first 3 minutes in. This game is a completely different game than it was last game.
Most definitely. Maybe they get a gank. A nice push on Love Me Senpai. Mitsuke a little caught off here. A nice play coming from the side of the Kingdom, Ben.
Yeah, Beatrix with a little emote there, feeling yourself. This game's going a little different now, Area 77. What's up? I like to see the energy, honestly. But Marcutie, man, in here pushing on another cross buff. Esme is a turret deep, dirty farming the wave, complete pressure into the jungle of the Kingdom. They've got to buy Cross some pressure here. Look at the rest of the map. They're grouped up going for Granger, but Marcutie's in here pushing Cross off his buff again.
Oh, and a huge pick. Yeho sitting in that bush, just waiting and able to get it. And that's another thing that we don't see sometimes from some of these lower tier teams. Down goes Love Me Senpai, and in the top lane, the Deadness Welcome does lock on to Yuna, but it's not enough. Bokarosco comes in with that ultimate, but it's instantly getting deleted. Wait, he's able to kill on Yeho. It's a good play, but he gets taken out by Yuna. Still a good trade overall, though. We do have that ultimate from Moskov come in and does a little bit of damage, but Area 77 keeps on pushing. Venom trying to pop them back. Marcutie gets a nice poke. Ragnarok re-engages, gets that spray onto Marcutie, but she does not care because she's going to get this health back quite quickly under the bush, Ben.
Yeah, I think this is a test game for Mark Cutie on the Hilda, just really testing the limits of what this Hilda can disrupt. And it's buying so much pressure for this double marksman comp to keep farming. We're not even talking about the late game potency of Area 77 with the double marksman. They have the Granger in the jungle and the Moskov in the side lane. When these guys get to 12 minutes, they are going to shred these team fights. And Hilda is what's buying them the time to just free farm these other lanes without any pressure.
Yeah, I mean, just... And not only that, but the vision she's giving. Like, they always know where... The fact that she's just this deep in the jungle, they completely know where the enemy team is right now. Because she's there. If Cross isn't in blue buff, he's in red buff, you know? And just using that ability, and it just gives Area 77 such an advantage here. Yato, though, getting stuck up against this wall. Let me Senpai with a nice pick, but the rest of the team was not able to follow up. Yeho in the backline able to get that turtle. Bokarosco trying to come in with that ultimate, going a little bit too deep, and deleted by Yeho. Another kill going to the side of Area 77, Ben.
Yeah, the team just wasn't there. Great pick setup from Akai, but the team wasn't there to help Senpai capitalize that. And then Bokarosco on the Kagura goes in really late, does a little bit of burst damage, but gets annihilated, and that frees up mid lane. Now the buffs are open. Area 77 can rotate through the map through both buffs, and I doubt the Kingdom will get another buff in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely... I mean, maybe they get one more. Maybe they get something here. It's definitely going to be tough, though. And we have another team fight coming on. Yuna gets caught up with Marcuti by that second skill of Cross, but it's still not enough. Yaona just in this backline, shredding up, takes out Ragnarok. And next, maybe Bokarosco. Love my Senpai taking a little bit too much damage. Tossed against the wall by Moskov and taken out. Bokarosco under the tower, instantly deleted from Yeho. And Area 77 gets a nice 4-hero take from the side of the Kingdom, Ben.
Yeah, that sped up really quick. I was thinking, you know, hey, man, it's a little bit different. No, it's going the same trajectory, man. Honestly, they turned the gas on at minute 5. They started to invade constantly. Nobody can deal with this Esme.
Yeah, I mean, not only, no one, even in Yato just running in, hitting these black shoes, just so much pressure from Area 77 right now. It's definitely hard to deal with. I think a nice CC, like a Farza pick here, may have been good. I think they needed a little bit of CC to deal, a little bit more CC than what Kagura provides to deal with the composition of them. But in comes Yeho and Mitsuke, just shredding things up. A nice double kill going to Yeho. Cross taken out. Bokarosco tries to come in, gets a kill on Yuna. It's a nice play. The arrow comes from Mitsuke, though, and deletes Bokarosco as Yato shreds in, pops those black shoes, and starts popping that recall, Ben.
Yeah, and honestly, Bokarosco's having a pretty good game, getting a lot of damage, a lot of kills out, but it's costing them. It's costing them a lot of pressure. When that Kagura goes off the map, they just take another turret, they take another turret, they take another turret. Now it's 16-6. They're almost 10k gold ahead. This is running the same pace with a much different lineup. I love this Hilda pick buying in this double marksman comp to give them so much farm time.
Look at Mitsuke uses that, oh my god, did you know how fast he was throwing them things? Man's just shredding them up right now. Mitsuke comes in. Ragnarok trying to zone off Marcuti. Bokarosco gets taken out by Destinata. A monster kill going to Yeho. Sitting at 9, 1, and 7. Just destroying the enemy team, Ben.
Yeah, 9, 1, and 7 is a Granger nobody wants to stand in front of him. Not Barats, not Akai, not YZ. Nobody wants to stand in front of this guy. And honestly, it's just the credit to the Hilda, giving him so much just free farm. The ability to track the enemy jungler and be able to move around the map farming as he may, just gave him such an advantage. And just having that ranged damage, that mid-game spike that honestly came in really early, like 6 minutes, gives this Granger so much damage. He's so far ahead of the curve right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just annihilating, but back to the team fight already as the side of Area 77 keeps up this pressure. I mean, they are just keeping them locked inside of their base right now. We see a lot of teams sometimes when they have this pressure on another team kind of focus on the jungle and maybe back up, set up for Lord, but they don't even need to send the whole team to Lord right now. They're just going to hold them up and get ready for this final push, Ben.
Yeah, and you saw Hilda over there leashing the buff for the Granger to come take over, and they're taking all their buffs again. The Kingdom is now turtled into their base, and they're locked in there, and they're relegated to that position. They have to draw that line that, listen, we cannot step outside of here or we will get picked. And it's a good decision by the Kingdom. It's just a tough position to play from.
Ooh, Marcuti though taking a little bit of damage. Bokarosco does get the land, but that big
God.
Destinata comes in and Bokarosco gets away with just a sliver of health as Cross seems to be helpless along with the rest of his teams to try to get a real pick off.
but they're dumping that damage into Hilda, who is now almost back to full health again. So anything you invest into the Hilda, if you do not kill her, is a waste.
Huge waste. I mean, and you're right. Save that. I think Bocarasco maybe needs to play a bit more reserved with that ultimate and let them come in and wait. I mean, I know he has gotten some picks, but they just haven't been worthwhile. Love Me Sapphire goes for the engage, and Cross gets deleted instantly, shredded by Eunice, Falling Star Moon, but Bocarasco able to take on Mercury. But once again, it's just the Hilda, and that's not the people they should be focusing as the Lord crashes down. It's down to a half health. Yato picking away at the final base. Minions closing in. Yuno with another Falling Star Moon onto the back line. Bocarasco and Ragnarok forced to go back to Fountain and get some help, but it looks like Area 77 doesn't want to waste time. They take the base along with this series, Ben.
Man, the Esme, man. Yeah, Yeho was carrying this game on Granger, but nobody could deal with the Esme. Esme was jumping into 4 people repeatedly on the edge in the front of the team fight into a lot of damage. And I think T brought up a great point that even though Bocarasco had a lot of kills, 6 kills, which is a really great game for him in this kind of game, right? He needed to focus more on the Granger, more on the Lilia, more on the Moskov, pop somebody with some threat, because these are pretty short range heroes. The Granger has to get close, the Lilia has to get close, and Bocarasco could have annihilated some of those backline heroes rather than focusing on the Hilda.
Yeah, most definitely. That Hilda was just a thorn in their side the whole game, and I think they just didn't expect it. You know, I mentioned that they needed a hard CC mage, but the Hilda was brought in so late that by the time it came in, it was like, oh, what are we going to do with this? And I think a lot of teams aren't used to running against that either. You know, that heavy invade, keep vision on you all the time, annoy the shit out of you. So definitely something, as more heroes got brought into this, it just completely changes the way that teams have to start drafting and thinking about future outcomes.
Yeah, I think that Hilda may bring a little bit of pressure. It's just that teams have to really play around it and know it's coming. When Hilda, it's a very specific type of draft to get in and do exactly. We see Blacklist taking Natalia a lot of times to do the same thing. Just keep constant vision on the enemy jungler and then kill him when you can, right? And Hilda goes a little bit of a tanky approach to that, but still the same annoyance and into the jungle with the vision type deal. I think Area 77 comes out with a really clean game here, and honestly, it looked way better from the side of Kagura here, but they just had different tools on Area 77 to very cleanly end this. They didn't need assassins to dive, they just needed marksmen to get close to Turris this game.
Yeah, and Bocarasco did play a great game, 40% damage, but once again, I think those ultimates were just a little misplaced, you know. Instead of focusing so much on the kills, focus a bit more on utility and trying to help the team fights in general. But another thing I want to bring into eyes, and I talked about Yato on this Lilia, and he is, I mean, even with the amount of damage Yeho was doing, Yato 27% most hero damage out of his whole team, you know. Just really showing the presence he has on this hero and why certain teams decide to try to ban him out sometimes.
He has 90% KP, and that lets you know he was everywhere in every fight all the time. And Lilia, very safe, very heavy DPS mage, a lot of damage over time, right? But she has to get close, and I think that's where Bocarasco could have punished. Granger has to get close, Lilia has to get close, Bocarasco could have popped those people, Akai could have set on those people, but they just invested so much in Hilda, and we haven't really seen a very clean answer to this Hilda support roaming into the jungle and taking over. I wonder how the meta will develop as this Hilda comes in. Will she be hard countered? Will she be completely avoided? Will she be banned out? How will things change around this Hilda pick coming in? Because we're seeing it over in PH, we're seeing it now in the NA, and we're even seeing some of the jungle emblem on to some junglers too. So I really like the changes coming in. It's new, everything new that comes in just kind of freshens up the game. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I think that's been one of the most entertaining things about this season. Season 1 and a lot of previous North American community tournaments before that, it just seemed like we saw the same 10 heroes, the same bans constantly. We saw a lot of the same exact things over and over for seasons and seasons and seasons. And, you know, I was really against the fact, I'm not always happy that Moonton is constantly releasing new heroes, but for once, it seems to be doing a decent job at making it so we're seeing a lot more heroes into these seasons, and mainly because they're forced to ban the new people because of how broken they are. So now we're seeing more comps being able to rise, and it also seems like a lot of these teams, like Ares, some of the teams that have been around for a while, are finally starting to try out new things, maybe doing more homework on MPL and watching some of these foreign teams play and seeing things like Hilda get played by who played them last night?
Evos did. Evos, honestly,
you know,
they were the mad underdog, and they played it, and they beat them hard.
So, I mean, just seeing things like that happen, and it's interesting to watch these comps that most people would say, oh, these are like casual comps. These are things you'd see in a classic match, you know? But seeing them come in, you know, it shows how the game, how this season is, how these teams are starting to evolve, and it just makes it that much more entertaining to me.
Oh, yeah. As far as like a caster's position, we hate to see the same thing over and over again. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to analyze. There's nothing fun, different, new, right? And I do think it's partly to blame because some of the new heroes are just so broken. Glue, so broken. Edith, so strong. Valentina, so strong. They're just auto bans completely all the time, right? We never get to see them. But that opens up a lot of other heroes. I think a really important thing what you said is not only the different heroes, but the different comps we're seeing played. It's really fun to see double marksman still be a thing. People can still run assassins. People are running double fighters. A lot of variability in these comps, and that makes it so refreshing and a lot to theory craft about how these team comps work against each other. What are the win conditions? Who's good against what? You know, right? And that won't be a big deal when we see Area 77 play Exodus, play the Kingdom, right? It's more of a bigger deal when we see Area 77 play TSU. When we see TSU play Team Sexy, right? Those top level teams and what they can do and flex since they're so good at the game.
Most definitely. But now we got to talk about the big game coming up next.
Let's go.
Area 77 versus Insomniacs. Now let's lay down a little bit of what's happening here to anyone new that doesn't know. Area 77 has been a team that's dominated for a while. Insomniac's a new team, but they have a pool of players. You have the jungler from Area 77, the Pogi, who's been jungling for Area 77 for a long time, now on the side of Insomniacs. You have Merciless, an ex-member of Area 77, now on Insomniacs. So you got a little bit of a blood feud here, you know? You got a little bit of some family drama here. Both teams very skilled. I think it's going to be a very intense game of what we're about to watch. You know, not as one-sided of what we saw last time, but definitely going to be crazy, Ben.
Yeah, Insomniac's a higher level caliber team than the Kingdom, of course, right? And having, you know, some of the old members of the old guard, that's going to be a really cool storyline of how, you know, was it the right decision them going to a different team? Or they pushed out of Area 77 for new players and they're showing, hey, we were actually better than the guys you replaced us with. There's so many, like, lines in this that come and make this game really important, and for these players specifically, but us the fans watching it, right? How do these heroes rise and fall throughout the season on these different teams, on these different comps, you know, paired with 3 other people? Are they the same players? Are they even better? Or is the old team members holding them back? So it's just really cool to see this game come to fruition. And T, if you had to give this to somebody, who would you favor here? Anybody coming out really favored, or is it even?
It's a tough one. Insomniacs just won against the Valley. I honestly feel like the Valley could have won that series personally.
Okay.
Second game was kind of a real troll game for the Valley. I don't know what they were, and like there was a lot of issues we had with that game. There was a mess up in one of the startups. The tourney lobby bugged out, and so Insomniac surrendered because weren't. Sometimes you have this bug in the tourney lobby where your emblem, you just have no emblem when you start the game. So Basic and the Valley thought that they had just surrendered and they were just like out. They left the lobby and everything. They were done. They thought they just took the win or something like that. Like they saw something else, and we had to like drag them back in, and it was just like all the energy got left behind. And then Insomniacs were able to come back and win the series.
Wow.
So I'm pretty sure I might. If I'm saying all that wrong, I'd be very upset.
Man, so Area 77 might be a little salty on that one, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I think. Well, no, the Valley I think are a little salty about that one, but. But what I said about that game was I feel like Area 77 now are a team that as a 5-man have been playing, and yes, they have the new jungler and everything, but as 4 of their members have been playing together in tournament games and league games and things like that as a unit for a long time. Insomniacs, on the other hand, yes, they rank together. Yes, they know each other and they play together, but they have not played as a solid 5-man unit in leagues and tournaments for as long as Area 77 has. So if I had to just throw it up in the air and say which team is more favorited, it would have to be Area 77 for this match.
Just giving it to them on experience and chemistry with the team. I think a lot of times, and we see there are definitely skill discrepancies in some matches, right? But when teams are even, it generally comes down to the draft. Who gets themselves just this stupid comp? Who has that late game insurance and can play towards that win condition? So I'm really prepared to see a really cool draft come out here, and for somebody to get themselves quite an advantage. Because when the teams are even, if you can get yourself a big advantage coming out of draft, it pays dividends coming into the match. And I want to see teams play to their win conditions. I expect them to. Teams that towards the top of the board generally do, but we don't want to see anybody slip up right here. These are important games to win, because as you go down this tournament line, a couple of teams are going to cough up some L's here. They're not going to get the 3 points rather than the 2.
Yeah.
It's really important for your tournament standings.
It's going to be extremely important. I think a sweep, if one of these teams can sweep the other, it's a huge thing. You know, when you get a sweep, like when one of these bigger teams gets a sweep against another bigger team, now you're creating a big point gap. Because we're going to see Area 77 sweep the Kingdom, or we're going to see Insomniacs sweep this other team and stuff. So the deciding factors are, can you get the 1 point against Brotherhood? Can you get the 1 point against TSU? Or can you get the 2 points?
Yeah.
Or can you get the sweep against them? Because a sweep denies you everything, you know? So it's a big difference. That 2 and 3 points makes huge dividends when we get halfway through the season or towards the end of the season. So it's going to be a big deal. I'm sorry to say, though, it's going to be a little bit till we watch this game now.
No.
The game is scheduled for 9. We've been clearing through these games so fast, so we are going to have to put up a waiting screen and give the teams their time.
Man.
I tried to reach out to them already. Yato's team, even Area 77, they want to take a quick break. They just got done playing that game. They need to charge phones, get drinks, all that stuff. So... they need, like I said, they need a second, and then the side of Insomniacs are scheduled for 9, so I'm not going to force them into an earlier game if they're not ready. So we are going to put up a waiting screen, guys. I'll probably be in the chat hanging out while it's up if you guys have any questions. Don't forget to join the Discord. We have 1,300 plus members. Awesome community. Lots of fun, I swear. Gets a little crazy. If you're kind of heart, don't step into the toxic channel. It's not safe for work. Big shout out to everyone once again for supporting. I'll see you guys in the draft coming up in about 27 minutes.
All right.
All right, welcome back, guys. We've already done our ping checks and everything, so we are ready to have these teams running. This is Area 77 up against Insomniacs. We've talked enough about it. I'm going to let these teams know. Area 77 is first pick, and then we're going to jump into bands. You ready, Ben?
Oh yeah, man. I was honestly biting my fingernails, just ready to go. When that break, I'm ready to get it on. I want to see what the old members of Area 77 do against the present team of Area 77 right here. And honestly, who wins out, man? This is some blood feud like T talked about earlier. There's a lot of story behind this, so interesting to see once we get into the game, man, what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be intense. I think these teams definitely know each other. You can say that much. So we might see something like that Lilia ban. We might see an Esmeralda ban here. We might see some, these are two very high-level teams going up against each other. I think this may be the match tonight that we see that rubber match, and immediately going with the Lancelot's got to be a target onto the side of Pogi as the jungler. So I'm excited to see how this goes just from seeing that.
Yeah, and Ashley actually was banned out in our last series. She got banned out really hard, so I'm interested to see what she can do without so many bans. It looks like they're not targeting her, at least yet. And standard Valentina ban, nobody wants to let Valentina into these games. And I think it's just the ability to take the best ultimate from your hero team or whatever you need to use it is so busted that nobody can really figure out a way around it right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something you want to see enter. And then along with that glue too. So just those two heroes right there are going to limit your ability to kind of target ban in the first phase. You're going to have to let something through that the other team likes. So only time will tell. Wondering what Insomniacs decides to fire off back with. Are they just going to go for something typical like the Clint here? Something along those lines. They go for the Beatrix.
Your team is banning.
Interesting, man. Even though taking a nerf still seems to lurk around the top priority for a few teams. And I mean, here Insomniac's scared enough. Is that Insomniac's in the red?
Yeah, Insomniac's is on the red side.
Insomniac's scared enough of the Beatrix to ban it out here, leaving Clint open, leaving Brody open, leaving the Popol open. A lot of other heroes that we would consider above Beatrix right now, they're going to let slide through. Don't want the Beatrix to be seen. We know Merciless has a nasty Lapu, but he can play the Esme, which you did call in good prediction, and has been banned.
Yeah, I think at this point, they know they want to lock in something maybe bigger on the board, especially if this Clint's left open. So they know they have to give something up over to the other side. So we're going to take out this Esmeralda because their plan right now is not to have Esmeralda be first prio pick, as we normally see Area 77 do. So now I'm even more excited. What's going to be their prio pick here? That first pick's very important because now they're going to, because the side of Insomniacs is to fire back with two more after that.
Yeah, and there's some really high-level heroism right now. Clint, you mentioned, Edith is available. You've got a lot of the rest of the mages available. You got the Eve open. You got the Lilia, right? Things we've seen banned in other matchups will be coming to fruition today, and I'm excited to see Ashley get a pick when she's not banned out. It seems like she was targeted, and it kind of hurt a little bit, but now Insomniacs may be able to play straight through that mid lane.
Yeah, I like the fact that Area 77 being real patient right now. I feel like you kind of have to lock in the Clint here, man, but you give it over to the other side just for Yajo to get that Lilia. We know how scary that, I think that's kind of worth it because you know how scary, but now you're giving two big power picks over to the side of Insomniacs. Lolita's still open though.
Lolita's open, Clint's open, Paquito's still open, but Galaxy locking in that YZ is going to have a lot of disruption and mobility coming out of the XP lane that pretty much no other XP laner can match his roam, right? Because he can get halfway and then drag into the fight, and the XP laner can't keep up. He has a lot of early game potential, so I really like what Insomniacs has done with the first two picks. YZ is a staple for a lot of different comps. Cho is a really great, looks like will be used in the roam position here, set up a lot of picks, but they still have that mid lane, the jungle, and the marksman that can really rotate around. Taking away Paquito, I think, is a great choice for Area 77.
Yeah, and then they come in with this Jawhead pick.
Ooh.
Definitely meant to kind of deal with this Chow if he tries to come in a little too quick. And also just overall a great engager. We might see a red buff steal early on in this game. Some heavy aggression with Jawhead in this Lilia, as we've seen Area 77 do before. My question is, we've seen Area 77 be very aggressive in the early game. It's something that if they feel like they can, they're going to try to get in on you. Are they going to try to pull that onto Insomniacs, who are also another heavily aggressive team?
Man, Popol getting locked in here before Clint, before Brody. We're seeing like a total shift of those two heroes going behind Popol. And people are playing this, and I think it's because it involves so much utility with the stun, and just a lot can be played around that other marksmen generally don't have. And I think it's considered more to be like a little bit of a safer pick sometimes, with that dog being able to outplay in some certain situations. But this is a really clean take from both teams here, man. This is set up to be a really good game. I think Area 77 is taking a little bit out of the TSU Tamal book here, going with the Jawhead Roam, to be able to do some nice picks. And we're seeing both of the Roams going for a pick-style hero.
Yeah, I mean, you got Jawhead, you got Chow. Definitely going to be some crazy, oh my god, plays coming in, you know? Just comes down to the question, who can land them? I feel like right now, Area 77, even though you have that Jawhead and you have this Paquito, lacking a little bit of CC, towards Popo and Chow are gonna, I mean, you get locked down by one of those two, it's a death sentence. And then you also have this Yuzong, who's gonna have the Petrify, the knockup with the second skill, and they still have a mage available to them on the side of Insomniac, so they can just bring in even more CC if they want. Bring in the Farza, you know, the Yve is open right now. Just so many things for Insomniacs to capitalize on, to whereas Area 77's already kind of pigeonholed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Paquito is a little bit flexible, right? He could be playing in the jungle, he could be playing in the XP lane, but I think leaving open your mage for the end for Ashley is really important to be able to really formulate team counter. They want to go to the Farsa and roam to these lanes and win. They want to go to Kagura, who's a little bit of everything, right? Yeah. It looks like they've chosen a really safe pick that has some burst, has some pick, has some rotation ability, very flexible in the Kagura. And I think rounding this out, giving last pick over to the jungle is really smart. Pogi's going to be able to do whatever he wants to counter. Should be locked in these two here last year, and Pogi will be able to counter whatever they want to throw at him into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, as it's true, he's got a lot of opportunities left. And with, I mean, YSS is open. I think it'd be a good possibility here. Yeho going for the Claw jungle? Or are we going to see the... I mean, again, like you mentioned, Paquito definitely very flexible here. So they can, depending on what this last pick is here, they can still decide on exactly where they want to put some of these people. In the
Lapu has been locked.
Yeah, very divey here, lacking, wondering who are we going to see on support here? That's, or are we going to see a double fighter on each off lane, and then...
I think it's, yeah, double fighter in the off lane. I think they'll probably put Lapu into the gold lane. He can trade out a little bit with that Popol and get farm far away. The Paquito Ken doesn't have the same range ability, so I think he'll be taking an XP lane, and it'll be Claw jungle. I'm wondering, what did they pick YSS on the side of Insomniacs?
They did pick the YSS.
And I think that's really safe. It gives you a little bit of double marksman to the late game, and they have a lot of peel with the YZ and the Cho to be able to make that double marksman work. So I think this late game favor is on the side of Insomniacs, but you got a lot of pressure coming into these double marksmen. That Lapu flicker with the stun, Paquito, you have a lot of options to get back there. With the Jawhead, man, this is a dive comp coming out from Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. It's going to be just like trying to get into that back lane, attack this YSS, attack this Popo, attack this Kagura, but you definitely have a lot facing you down with Chow and Yuzong, and then even Popo stun. I'm wondering if they're going to put Lapu up against this Popo, but we are jumping into this first game, so let's see exactly how this pans out, Ben, and where they're going to stick everybody.
Wow, and that's exactly what I would not have thought. I would not have thought Paquito would go into the gold lane against Popol, because Lapu has the range and can farm safely without getting close. They are going to run the Paquito into it, so they really want that Paquito to get onto that Popol and probably kill earlier, at least pressure off the wave. Into the bottom lane, the Lapu versus the YZ is being dirty farmed right now. YZ wins that early matchup, but Lapu will outscale him and come level 4.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of people have been doing this, also setting that tank down for that first interruption, gives him a little bit of a vision and puts a little pressure and helps Galaxy. Look, as he's already rotating up to this mid. What is the play here from Insomniacs, Ben? Are we just doing this just for the Litho Wander here, or trying to make a bigger play in this rotation at the mid lane?
Yeah, and I actually think Cho should have not bought boots right there and gotten level 2 off of that first experience wave. That's something we've seen happen a lot with roams. It didn't happen here, and they roam up for the Letho and they lose it. So a big waste of time coming out from the side of, I was about to say Simpsons. This is totally not the Simpsons.
Oh, I got the wrong thing up. My bad,
This
guys.
is Insomniacs, guys. Sorry about that. Insomniacs Area 77. There we go. Side of Insomniacs waste a lot of time and honestly pressure on this early game YZ and Cho to roam up to the mid and still lose Letho.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. Normally, you don't buy boots. You get the EXP wave real fast. Or even if you have the boots, you still get the level 2. I don't know what they did wrong there exactly. How they messed up that EXP wave. Maybe he missed one of the minions or something. But you're normally supposed to hit level 2 if you help clear that wave. They messed it up. A small but kind of big mistake for the side of Insomniacs this early on.
Yeah, and that's going to give a little bit of a breathing room over to Area 77, who right now seem to be on the reactive foot. Insomniacs are making a lot of movement, a lot of moving around the map, but Area 77, a couple hundred gold up, haven't moved around at all, just chilling in the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, with this Claude, you have to play a bit more patient. He needs that Demon Hunter sword to be actually effective in these team fights. So until he gets at least that first item, I don't think we're going to see him at all, honestly. We're just going to see Yato and Marcuti kind of harass, do what they're doing right now, and he's just going to keep farming. But up in the top, we do have Popo trying to close in. He pops that ultimate. Yeho trying to just get away and salvage, but the rest of Insomniacs, I think, are going to try to capitalize here. He's able to lock down Marcuti, but a nice pickup from Mitsuke into that back line. The champ stamp does go off. Hate gets the knock up onto Mitsuke and is able to keep him at bay, Ben.
Yeah, a couple of members of Insomniacs are going to be forced off the map here, and this gives Lapo a little time alone in the side lane. He may get to pressure the turret. It looks like he doesn't, otherwise he's going to be back in time. But Lapu has hit level 5 now, so he'll be able to trade into that 1v1 with the YZ very effectively. He can now be left alone on that island and actually win the lane. So it would be really nice if Area 77 was to try to isolate those two members and fight 4v4 on the rest of the map, or force YZ to come up and Lapu take that turret.
Most definitely. Look at Hate, though, trying to make the plays. Able to get the kick on him, Marcuti, and a nice finish coming from Ashley. These are the plays we want to see. It was, I mean, just Insomniac setting that up, knowing their moment, and just hitting it to a T.
Big flicker play, and I think the difference here is what T was talking about earlier with that Claude pick. Claude can't do as much in the early game, and he's just leaving the rest of his team to be able to fight one man down because Claude can't do anything right now.
Most definitely. I mean, you're just having a lot of trouble. Like, I mean, every time it's with Claude, we don't see Claude too much in the jungle already, so he's already been slowed down compared to his older glory days, and he's sitting at only 2,000 gold right now. Yes, he's not far behind YSS, but YSS is definitely going to, I feel like, be a bit more advantageous in some of these early game team fights. Claude, though, in the end game, will output some nice damage, especially dealing with this Yuzong and this Chow as their bulky states. But in comes in engage. Marcuti tries to get the ejector on a Galaxy, not able to get the toss up. BE in the back, trying to do something. He gets the toss in and he's able to secure the kill. A nice play coming from Pogi.
Yeah, kill distribution on Insomniacs is really good right now. They want them on the mid lane and the jungle as they roam around. It's going to be really potent when they're roaming those gold around. I think it's really important to note, actually, Claude has gone jungle emblem here, so he's going to be farming up a ton of gold, and he's going to get those late power spikes even sooner.
Most definitely. And look at Galaxy just zoning away. Jero trying to do something here, though. Galaxy in the background able to disrupt. Pops that ejector, though, coming from Marcuti, and they are able to get the kill on a Galaxy. Oh, a nice flicker stun onto Ashley from Jero, but he's not able to finish it up. She's keeping that at bay with the umbrella, but this turtle may just switch over to the side of Area 77 here. Hate, though, keeping his distance, keeping vision, maybe trying to make a play here as Pogi sits back in the jungle. Ashley trying to get the stun, not able to. The ultimate of that YSS comes in, but they're just not able to steal the turtle. Area 77 does salvage something in these early minutes of the game.
Yeah, I haven't seen many picks coming out from the Jawhead yet, and I think that's just because Claude is not in a position to capitalize on them, and they just can't really do much. Popo takes a whole turret for that, and I don't know if that was the whole gold shield, but I'm sure it was a good portion of it. That's a lot of gold. He just locked in BOD. That is a rich marksman at this 5-minute point in the game, and that's going to be paying off dividends come in later when they had this double marksman comp. If they got off to a early start, it's going to be a lot of damage DPS coming out from these guys. I haven't seen Jawhead diving in and making any picks yet, and I'm really waiting to see that point in the mid game and Claude can capitalize on it, how they move around that.
Most definitely. And like you mentioned, Popo's just, he's gonna, with this early on, he's gonna be eating up these towers, but down goes Mitsuke, gonna get taken out with a nice gank coming from Insomniacs. Insomniacs were really just playing, like I said, an aggressive game coming in, and it seems like Area 77 bided for more of a late game. The problem is everything else in their composition other than that Claude screams for, I want to try to push early on.
Right. The Lapu is going to get, he's not going to be as strong, right? And we saw the Lapu trying to get aggressive early with the flicker stun, really kind of wasted it, just stunning Ashley with no follow-up, right? So we're not seeing a full, committed, communicative Area 77 right now. These guys have to communicate and be on the same page, or else a good team like Insomniacs just isn't going to fall for it. 1K lead in 6 minutes, T.
Yeah, nice throw, though, onto Hate. Ejector comes in, but Hate able to get away with that second skill, but a big kick coming from Yeo. A nice outplay from Hate onto Yeo, but they are going to secure that kill. A nice overall team fight, or team gank, coming from the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Claude with a couple assists, and he's going to stay in that jungle, keep farming. With this jungle emblem, it's very important that he keeps killing monsters.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to and get that gold up, get as much farm as possible so he can catch up. I mean, the question is, will it make a big enough difference with Insomniac slowly taking a lead here?
Yeah, honestly, the last couple of minutes, though, it's really seemed like Area 77 has just corrected the flow of the game. And YSS is going to start up Turtle here, but it's for the turret, and it's to trade back. They're down a turret, and now Insomniac is starting a board. They have the early game advantage on them. Looks like Area 77 is going to give this up.
Yeah, again, I think their goal right now is just I think everything revolves around this Claude right now. Yeah, he's 0-0 and 2. If he can get farmed enough, get 2 of these core items in, they might make a difference. But the thing is Popo just eating away these towers, but in comes Jero. This is the play they need, but Mitsuke gets picked off by Ashley. The rest of the team closing in. Jero able to take out YSS. A huge play coming from Jero. A nice flicker toss onto Merciless, and Merciless is eaten up. Who's next on the block? Jarrett trying to get a stun onto Ashley, but a nice response coming from Area 77 on what their strategy is in these team fights.
Insomniac's laser focused on objectives right now. They've almost got that mid lane turned down, and when they do get it down, it'll give them access. Ooh, a little bit of play coming from Hate. He does not get the kickback, but almost a very nice pick coming out from Hate.
Oh, I missed most of that replay. I'm sad about that, but we did get to see the throw. A beautiful game. I mean, just Area 77 for a second was looking a little rough, but now they've taken a small gold lead. They've turned things around. Claude's still sitting at no kills, but no deaths at all, and this is going to really put him ahead of that YSS right now.
Yeah, YSS took a death, but YSS doesn't have the same scaling. YSS really good in the early game, providing vision, right? Pretty strong in the late game, doing a lot of damage, but it does not stack up to Claude's late game damage. And with this jungle emblem, he's really farming up a ton of gold. And so even though he's not getting involved in a lot of kills, his gold is off the charts right now. Now, Insomniacs has taken on that mid lane turret, so that gives them complete access to the jungle of Area 77, and I expect them to exert some pressure here.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows why Popo is such a even though, I mean, he doesn't have a late game like Clint, he doesn't have a late game like some of these other marksmen, but his ability to just tower and take objectives. But wait a second, Marcuti gets picked off from Ashley. Another kill going to her. Mitsuke, though, in the backline, able to get the double kill onto Merciless and Pogi. And just when it looks like Area 77 is about to be in a bad position, they turn that fight around and move straight over to Lord Ben.
And this is a Lord with a lot of health. I do believe is enhanced. This is going to take down a lot of turrets. There's a lot of gold on the map for Area 77 to be able to take down. I expect Galaxy to come in and try to stun him, but nothing's going to happen on that. Wait.
Oh, Hate takes the Lord. A huge play coming from Insomniacs, and Galaxy gets disrupted and taken out of the background. Jero, though, able to make some plays here. Galaxy gets thrown up with the ejector seat, and now it looks like Area 77 is turning this around. It is a 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord does go to Insomniacs, and that kind of feels like a win here, Ben.
Yeah, that's a great win. Honestly, Claude still has retreat up, so I'm not sure if he was stunned out of that, but hey, the support taking the Lord there is kind of unacceptable when you come for a jungle fight. Like, if that's not going over to a smite and a support gets it, even though it's Cho, it's not a good look. But Claude does pick up a kill. He's now 1-0 and 6. He's level 13. He is going to be hitting I mean, we're at the 10-minute mark, man. We're going to get to the 12-minute mark. He's going to get a couple more items, and he's going to be rocking these team fights. Area 77 has stalled and gotten the game to the point now where Claude's going to be a very influential factor.
Yeah, I mean 1-0-6. Yes, it's not like a Roger that you see with 5-0 or something, but it's still the fact that he's been farming so much is definitely going to be huge in some of these fights. But it looks like Insomniacs doesn't care. They are coming in. Yeho tries to go to that backline and pop that ultimate, but he's able to get away with just a sliver of health and take everyone down so that Jared and Mitsuke can maybe come in to clean things up. Hey, in a bad position here. He doesn't pop that champ stamps yet onto Mitsuke. He needs to finish it, but Yato is able to get the kill instead, and that's a 2-for-0 trade after finishing off the Lord, Ben.
This Lapu might earn himself a ban, man. He's 4-0-3. He is starting to dominate these team fights. After Mark Cutie makes like the initial pick, and honestly, I'm not seeing a lot come out of the Jawhead right now. Lapu is cleaning up these fights. He's doing a ton of damage, and he's providing such an area of effect in these team fights with combination with Paquito. This double fighter off lane is providing so like dive buddies. These are brawl buddies. They get in these fights. They're so sustainable. They're a little bit tanky, and they do so much damage together.
They really do. And even though Yeho isn't exactly like the killer, you know, he's not the one destroying everybody, he gets in, he gets that ultimate, brings everyone down to half health. But wait a second, because he's under that tower, he's able to flicker out just in time, and Yato comes in and cleans up. Hate does get the kick though onto Marcuti, and Marcuti goes down. Who's going to be next? Yato possibly pops those black shoes, able to get out of the tower, escaping with his sliver of health. Jayo trying to zone them off as long as Mitsuke can keep them away. But Yato is going to go down to Galaxy. It's a nice play from Insomniacs, turning that team fight into their hands, Ben.
Yeah, they didn't get enough out of the Claude. If Claude could have stayed in that a little bit more, but I mean, he's still not scaled to the point where he can get, right? This is just the beginnings of where Claude gets stupid. He's level 15 now. He's going to lock in probably like 1 or 2 more items, and then he's going to really start to dominate these team fights. They almost clutched that up, but that was under a turret for Area 77. Area 77 went deep for that, and Insomniacs are only able to trade 2-to-1 out with turret priority on him, right? So good looks from Area 77 now, pushing. Now they're out of that early game, they're pushing into Insomniacs again and again.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are, but Lord is now up at the 12-minute mark. It's going to be an enhanced Lord. Insomniacs kind of holding position. They sent Popo down to clear that wave, but the rest of Team Area 77 is here and ready to play. Marcuti just keeping a little bit of a distance, zoning, waiting to see if maybe he can get a pick, and he does use that he does use that ejector seat on a Galaxy, able to get the knock-up. Hades in the back line, taking out Yeho, and Yeho goes down. This is bad for him. Jarrett trying to do something here as Galaxy is in that dragon form, but he's just not able to stand up against Jarrett. It is a kill for a kill, though, but Merciless in the back picking off. They're going back and forth. Mitsuke with Marcuti, 2v2. Who can come up? The conceal play is here. The flicker from Marcuti onto Pogi, but he's able to get away with just sliver of health. Hey, trying to back him up with that concealed play of his own, but he's not able to get there in time. And overall, the team fight goes to Area 77, Ben.
Yeah, Area 77 really cleans that up. They spent a lot to get Yeho, and then when they burnt that, Lapu turned 2 kills in there, and I don't think they were expecting that much damage to come out from him. He's now 6-1. He's dominating these team fights, man. So sustainable. With the fighter emblem, he has near 30% spell vamp. He's doing a ton of work in these, and all the damage he's doing, he's getting 30% back in HP. It's a huge Lapu in this game, and honestly, that provided the ability for Mark Cutie and Jiro to clean this fight up.
Most definitely big, but Yato able to take this Lord. Yeho in that with that ultimate. They're going to take out this dog, and that's going to set them back just a little bit, but they're not able to. Popo able to get away with his Koopa as the rest of Team Area 7 decides to not over-engage, set back, and get a nice push with this Lord.
Yeah, Ashley doing really good, 5-2 on the Kagura. Honestly, one of the strong points of Insomniacs is Ashley, and we've seen her be target banned and her still perform. Ashley now able to get what she wants, 5-2, kind of running it in the mid lane, man. If you compare her up against Yato, who's on a signature pick, only 3-3, Kagura's doing work right now.
Yeah, Ashley definitely just doing an amazing. I mean, every time we watch her play, she does such an amazing job. You know, I definitely am starting to put her up with the Yujins, with the Yatos. You know, she's definitely not someone to mess with when it comes to this mid lane mage game. Definitely a monster in her own right.
Yeah, and we're at 15 minutes now. So the Claude, who's 1-1-10, he is going to start demolishing these team fights. And if you don't kill him quick, he is going to kill everybody on your team. With Lord pushing in, they're going to get a lot of turrets here.
Yeah, Lord is, I mean, Popo should be able to handle that Lord pretty well, and instead of deciding to just push in that top lane, they want to try to keep this Lord distracted as the rest of the team maybe tries to move in for this inhibitor. They need to try to make a play here. Area 77 a little slow on the call right now. Galaxy zoning them away as the rest of the team clears that wave, and it's a perfect defense coming from Insomniacs right now. They lose nothing from that Lord push, Ben.
Yeah, a couple of external turrets, but honestly, they didn't get mid, so it's kind of like one turret out of a whole Lord play. A big waste coming off from Area 77. A little slow to the punch, like T was saying. It looks like, bottom lane was kind of an afterthought. Popo had already done so much damage to it. Top lane wasn't pushed in. A very sloppy push in with the Lord coming out from Area 77.
Yeah, a little rough. I feel like maybe just either 5-man somewhere, do something a bit bigger, but they are able to at least turn the playing field around there. They seemed to be having a little bit of trouble in the early game, a slow start. But once again, I think that was their plan, right? Right now, they've known their position, and they're just... I feel like the game is definitely running to their tempo right now.
Yeah, for sure. It is on their onus. You can see Insomniacs is totally backed on their side of the map. Now they're crossing river anymore at all, and at Area 77 that's pushing forward. But I would have suspected the Claude to be to the point where he's dominating these team fights, and I haven't really seen it, man. Galaxy being able to go to where Claude's going to flicker back to, I think is providing so much threat on the Claude going in, taking damage, flickering backwards just a little bit, and YZ being right there on top of him, right? I think this YZ pick, although not really effective in the KDA slot, is really affecting these team fights and what this Claude is able to do.
Yeah, I mean, Galaxy is definitely, even with that last, when they were pushing on that mid tier 2 tower, Galaxy doesn't really engage. He just zones them away so that the rest of his team can clear the wave. And just minuscule movements like that, little things like that, the average person doesn't really see, But when you really pick it apart, it was an amazing play to just kind of staunch some of that bleeding from that Lord push.
And Insomniac set up here in a bush waiting for Area 77 to start Lord, but Area 77's waiting in bushes of their own. A real stagnant gameplay. Nobody really wants to punch too hard, afraid of the counterattack.
Yeah, Hate, though, going a little deep here, trying to get a kick on somebody. He decides not to make the play, though. Yato getting a little zoning off. Mark Cutie also making sure he gets these traps out of the way to limit the vision of the side of Insomniacs. And now Lord's already at about half health. Mark Cutie doing a little bit of damage. The rest of Team Insomniacs coming into play here. Hate in the back line trying to disrupt on Yeho. Maybe gets a kick. He does get the kick. Lord gets reset. And it looks like we're back to a standstill then.
Yeah, jockeying back and forth right here, but now finally engaged in a team fight. We may have a catch here.
Big catch on a Mitsuke, and Mark Cutie is next. A little too deep on the side of Insomniacs, but Yeho in the back line, but he gets locked up. It's forced to flicker back as Galaxy chases him down. This could be bad for Yeho, the passive of Galaxy right now, just bringing him back to full health in a matter of seconds, and now Insomniacs are most likely going to be able to take this Lord uncontested. Yato trying to poke in, get a little bit of vision, but Ashley stops him in his tracks. Ashley secures the Lord, Ben.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to say, Area 77 kind of botching these team fights, man. They have a late game priority on the Claude, and it is not delivering. And I think a little bit is, I have to put it on Mark Cutie, man. I'm not seeing him make huge picks. This is not a Tamal Jawhead, right? If we see Tamal in this game, it is going to be much more pick focused. Hey, man, I'm about to pick this guy, come kill him, right? I'm not seeing that out of Mark Cutie, so I think maybe a little bit of a uncomfortableness on the Jawhead, not really using it to its full potential right here. But also Claude, man, we would expect him to be running this game. Level 15, probably 6 items. Where's Claude?
I mean, he's definitely, I think this is one of the reasons, honestly, why he's not as meta anymore. He can be scary, but the thing is, I just feel like also he hasn't really been able to get in with any huge sets lately. He hasn't really been able to get into the middle of a team and just do crazy damage. But here comes the Lord push. Mark Cutie already a little bit low on health. This could be rough for the side of Area 77 as the rest of Insomniacs and this Lord come in. But it looks like Insomniacs want to play it slow as they back off and decide to go for this other tower instead in the mid lane. And now they're coming in onto the second inhibitor. Can they take another one out of this? Claude sitting at a distance, has that second skill, maybe waiting for an ultimate. He does have it ready to go, but he decides to wait back and not get too deep. It's dangerous for him to go in there with Hate and Merciless on this Popo ready to lock him down.
Yeah, we saw in that team fight by Lord when actually Insomniacs took it that when Claude went in, Galaxy was already coming into position when he flickered back to be there waiting on him. Oh, a little pick on Hate.
Big pick onto Hate. Immortality does pop, but my guess is he's going to get taken out here. Mitsuke goes down along with it. Hate may be next, but he's able to get away. He's in the back line. Yeho goes down. Ashley making a huge play, but Galaxy is on his lonesome against Yato and Marcuti. He will be taken out here. It's a 2-for-2 trade currently as Area 77 tries to defend, but minions are on their bottom wave. They want to try to push this deeper, but they decide to go back safely.
Yeah, they had to go pull back to save the base. No, honestly, I think it's their best interest. If they kept pushing out, I think they would have got destroyed in those bushes by Kagura. Ashley is nobody to play with. Following her back into the jungle on that Kagura, you're going to get bursted, right? And I thought that was actually a really good opportunity for Lapu to clean up that fight, but he just didn't have the damage to continue that, didn't have Flicker, couldn't close the distance to finish that up. But Yeho, man, on this Claude, 1, 2, and 12. Claude support?
Lots of possibly. One thing I want to, Ash, remember when we were watching the Kingdom game, right? Against and Boca Roscoe was playing Kagura, and I was talking about how he was using those ults on one person and using them a little prematurely, and yes, he was getting kills. He did the most damage on his team, but something I want to express, when you watch Ashley play this Kagura, she waits. She's patient. She waits for the most utilized time that it all is going to be, when she can land it on 2 or 3 people and do the most damage possible at critical moments. And that's what you have to do when you're running Kagura. You can't just use that ult anytime you like. You have to be patient for it and make sure it counts.
Yeah, another Lord fight up here. The Insomniacs is daring Area 77 come in, and they look like they just might.
Yeah, they are trying to come in. Jarrett in the back line, get locked up by Merciless. Galaxy, though, coming in. Hey, gets a nice kick onto Yeo, but he's forced to flicker out. But now it's the rest of Area 77 on their own. It is a kill for kill. Jarrett, Cutie, and Hate go down. Mitsuke trying to survive, but the ultimate of YSS almost finishes him as Merciless finishes the rest. But the men are just going back and forth. Lilia pops that immortality, but taken out by Pogi. It's a beautiful double kill going to him, or a killing spree going to him, as Insomniacs cleaning through this mid lane and possibly end this game. We have seen some crazy upsets tonight. Maybe Marcuti can defend, but he just doesn't have the capability. The Nexus goes down, and game 1 goes to Insomniacs, Ben.
Honestly, Area 77 kind of lulled me to sleep with that game, man. I can't even lie. Like, they had so much potential to carry that, and like what we've known Claude to do, it just didn't show up at all. And I don't know if that's just because Claude isn't the Claude of old, or if Yeho wasn't, as comfortable as he should have been on the hero, but we just didn't see it ever come through this late game win condition to choosing the Claude. I mean, you could have picked a Granger right there and ran the game, right? There were so many other choices in the time. There were so many other choices for jungle here. It just doesn't make sense to me why the Claude pick and then it didn't deliver. So I'm expecting that to not be what Area 77 comes back with this time. Honestly, great game from Insomniacs. Early game pressure and then clutch it up in the end, when honestly Area 77 stopped exerting pressure at all, man. It just seemed like the plan they came in didn't work, and then they kind of didn't have a plan B.
Yeah, Ash, I mean, definitely they had it in the mid game. Area 77 had it in the mid game there. They were slow to start, but then when it came down to that end, they had no answer for YSS. They had no answer for Kagura. I feel like the Claude was meant mainly to deal with the Yuzong and Hate in the front line, he's able to hit that percentage damage with the DHS and do damage no matter, more on your health bar instead of what your defense is. The thing is there was just too much lockdown for him. Every time he tried to come in, Merciless was there to stop him in his tracks. I feel like maybe they needed a little bit more area CC instead of just having that Jawhead trying to make picks there. But overall, I want to talk about Ashley, man. A well-deserved MVP on her side. I was looking at the data a second ago, and again, leading hero damage on her side and tied for first in teamfight participation. Just played an amazing game that game.
He talked about it earlier, using the kit in the proper situation to kill the proper people, escape the proper times. Honestly, a master of Kagura right there. It looked really clean, and I think that's what gave Claude and Jawhead so much worry in this game. Claude couldn't go in or he was going to get stunned. If he went out, Galaxy was on him. With Ashley bursting in either place, it was GG, right? Mark Cutie was going in to make plays, but honestly, Hate and Ashley just outplayed him multiple times, and I didn't see the real comfortability on the Jawhead. It wasn't what we kind of expected from Jawhead. I don't think I saw a really nasty ultimate flick or anything come out from the Jawhead, so I want to see Area 77 go back to a little bit of comfort right here, because if not, they're going to be 2-0'd by Insomniacs, because Insomniacs, they're not playing around.
Yeah, they're definitely coming in this game with some big heat, ready to play. Wondering how Area 77 is going to deal with this time. I definitely think, the Claude pick was definitely kind of a big oof, man. You got to do something a little bit different. You had so many opportunities on the table. So let's see what they change up here and jump back into this draft. This time, Insomniacs with the first pick, Ben.
Your team
Okay, so that gives Area 77 the chance to counterpick the jungle in the end. I want to see Yahoo on something way more comfortable, way stronger, not having this late game win condition that doesn't even show up, right? And I want to see Mark Cutie on somebody he's really comfortable with. The pick v pick battle went extremely in Chow Hate's version, in his way. So I think maybe we'll see some Ashley bans here, because left alone to her own devices, the team plays around her and she kind of dominates.
Yeah, she definitely dominates. And I think, honestly, forcing Yato in that Lilia pick immediately, I just feel like there was a better first pick. And yes, Yato is a godly Lilia, but it doesn't mean you always have to run it. Like I said, something they were really lacking there was CC, and there was other things open. And Farz has been doing great in the season so far, even with their nerf. Yee's been doing great in the season so far, even with their nerf. I just feel like they needed a bit more zoning capabilities, a bit more control over the map, instead of just first picking that Lilia.
Yeah, and honestly, I could see the Claude pick if you're like 5 banned out in the jungle and you got focus banned and like this is the last thing we got, right? There were just too many options available, and that did not seem warranted or worth at all. So I don't think we'll see the same mistakes coming out from Area 77. I expected this to be a much closer game and give Insomniacs a real run for their money and not give over the early game completely to these guys by saying, hey, don't worry, we'll lose everything. Claude will show up at level 15 and carry us. Because he didn't.
He didn't at all, for sure. And look at this Popo ban coming in. I think Popo may slowly start to earn his way into the bans more and more. I mean, he's able, as long as he can do his job early on, he just shreds down towers in the early game. He doesn't even need the Blade of Despair to be able to rip down a tower, before the next wave comes. I mean, he's level 4 and he can just shred things down. So, I mean, he immediately gave so much presence to Insomniacs in the map state of able to clear that top wave. Then they switched him over to the bottom. He took the middle tower after that, and then he was just clearing through, and it gave Insomniacs so much more pressure on the map early on that this time I know Area 7 just doesn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, that center turret, that outer mid turret is the gateway into your enemy's jungle. Yeah. Taking that early allows you to just really invade again and again and again, and they can't fall back to their turrets. They don't have anything to stop you. There's so much area of effect by taking that mid turret, and I think that's why you saw the Popo ban here. Too much pressure on the turrets. Now, what does that leave open? Because we've seen pretty much the same 3 bans come out from the side of Insomniacs. They don't want the Esme, they don't want the High, and they don't want the Beatrix. That leaves Clint, that leaves Brody, that leaves Natan. A lot of these other marksmen are still available. I want to see what they do with their first pick now, because I don't think they're going to blow it on Lilia.
Yeah, I mean, well, at this point, Area 77, yeah, I mean,
I didn't cure the pain.
I think they may lock in the Clint this time, personally, even though we didn't see it last game. Beatrix off. Taja. That'd be something different. They do have an advantage right now being at 1-0, so we might see them do something a little different. But again, they're going to decide to lock in this Hate. They're going to lock in Galaxy on this Chow. My guess is it might swap back over to Hate. But again, it can be a versatile pick. They can put it either in the mid lane, in the off lane. Area 77 is going to get this Yuzong this time, though, and I'm wondering if it can make a big difference in this upcoming match.
I would have rather than see them go for YZ right there. Take it off the board. It wasn't banned. Now your threat, you have a big threat on the back line, and they added Clint. Yeah, no, the YZ going into the backline gives Clint so much area of effect to work with, and Clint's not somebody you can just dive on top of. He's got a dash, he's got a stun in the same move, right? And we might see Brody here. I like Brody coming in for this Clint. Going to be a lot of long-range damage, but this YZ is going to be all on that ass.
Yeah, YZ's definitely going to be on that. I mean, we just saw him dominate. And right now, the versatility from Yuzong, with players that know how to use him right, we see he can engage his zoning capabilities, like what we saw with that one fight in the mid lane last game. Just overall, his rotation early on. He can, with that ultimate, he out-rotates anybody. He can be at a turtle pit in a matter of seconds. Hate, though, coming in with this Kufa pick, so we are going to see Galaxy with the off-lane Chow here.
Interesting coup for early. It wasn't forced as a counter into like a Lance or somebody dashy, right? Like a Ling, something like that, like hard counters they're engaged. So I'm curious to see what Insomniacs is building here. Maybe they took Kufra away because they want to play some of those things. I'm not really sure. But picking Kufra at this stage in the game, it locks Galaxy on Chow, right? And it kind of takes away your hand of that flexibility. So they've got to be going with something really that they plan to do here, because the early Kufra pick kind of seals the deal for me. It's going to stop a little bit of the Karina action, but besides that, I mean, I don't see why it was needed to take here. Lolita's still open. You got a lot of their picks that can do similar things. So I'm interested to see why they chose that here and revealed their hand so early.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's we don't want to show our jungler just yet, but you could have locked in a mage, but they don't want to do that either. There's not a, you kind of really have to be picky about your mages right now because of this Yuzong pick, but also, I mean, Ashley on that Kagura doesn't seem to have too many problems, and they're going for the ban on it. What is Ashley going to fall into here?
I think Ashley is so flexible, honestly. That she got banned out last series, Thursday? She got banned out completely, and she still almost carried the game. Like, she did really well. So I think even banning out the hero you just dunked on him with is kind of a flex, honestly. But I think Insomniacs has had a really strong plan from the beginning of here. When they came into the draft, they had a specific plan. They're carrying through, regardless of what Area 77 is locking in here, because this seems to be projected and really quickly. Now they've banned. Oh man, is it gonna be a Phobius here? I'm so confused on what they could be locking in here.
Phobius wouldn't be a horrible pick. I personally think it'd be an okay pick for the side of Area 77. Edith? We haven't seen it a whole lot. We just saw Area 77 banning it against the Kingdom, so they do respect that pick. They think it's a worthy pick. If you ban it, you think that it's worse to play, most likely. Yato, though, locking in that Lilia once again. It didn't do the most amazing job. He did get MVP last time. Let's see how he can make it work this time.
Did Pogi lock that Fanny? Is that locked?
That is locked, and that's why they went for the Cooper pick, I think.
That's why. There it is. Okay, that's where it's coming to full, and they banned the Ruby because they don't want any utility stopping that Fanny from rolling in. And this puts so much pressure onto the Clint, onto that. Oh, but you know who counters and does really good into Fanny? Edith. Both of her abilities can stop and Fanny dead in her tracks. If you land skill 2 on Fanny, and it cannot kind of be projected because it's a long skill, a lot of usefulness on that. Kaja can do the same thing, honestly can suppress the Fanny, so a few picks that can go counter the Fanny, but I really like Fanny in this. They took the Kufra, it was definitely a projected plan from the start, and we'll see what Insomniacs can do, getting everything pretty much they want.
Yeah, definitely plenty of options. They go for the Franco. I mean, any
can
of those,
also suppress Fanny.
Yeah, it can also suppress Fanny. I just feel like the Edith or the... I think the Kaja was kind of off the table. You don't want to go tank Kaja. It's doable, but I think it's not the greatest. And the range of his ultimate is pretty small right now. He's not the Kaja he used to be. So Franco might actually be the better pick here. You get a bit of a bulkier person who can also flicker ult somebody. I'm excited for this game, though. Can Area 77 turn this around and take this to a rubber match?
Oh, yikes. Ashley on Lunox, we saw that on Thursday's series.
Scary.
She's really strong on Lunox, man. So I'm really excited to see her play. It seems like she's so flexible, man. Other teams, please don't try to ban her out. You just can't. I like the Franco pick. I think it provides some offensive and some defensive capabilities. If Area 77 gets shoved into their base again and has to turtle up, Franco plays amazingly well from the turtle position, right? So I think Franco gives a lot of options and does counter Fanny.
Yeah, but look at Yeho right now coming into this side bush, trying to maybe steal the red buff here. I like this play from Area 77. They decide not to, because I mean, of course the guess is you want to steal Fanny's blue buff. That's what every team thinks. But instead they're going to send Yeho down here and get some enemy jungle steal right off the bat.
Yeah, and they had to go over and defend the blue because Franco can leash the blue so easily and reset the jungle. So I think it's a really smart time for Karina to go in. It does take a lot of damage on the exit, but with that jungle imp, she's going to be able to shred through the jungle.
Yeah, she just needs to be careful though with Fanny with this blue buff coming into her jungle now, as we are about to see. But Yato is there to slow her down. Galaxy causing a little bit of engage onto Yeho, forcing her away. A nice hook though coming from Mitsuke to keep that blue buff in play.
Hooks his own blue buff to make sure Fanny doesn't get it. That's dedication,
That was
man.
dedication.
Honestly, a little bit of an off moment in that was actually Galaxy blowing the flicker on Cho all by himself to initiate onto Karina, but no one was there to really back him up. So I'm a little bit wary on what that may be foreshadowing for the Cho play later on. I want to make sure Galaxy doesn't get too separated from the team and doing things all by himself, because you need somebody there with you playing that tank Cho.
Yeah, you definitely do. He's going to be in this ballin'. He should, as long as he plays safe, should be right. But look at Merzo's taking a little bit of damage from Marcuti. Marcuti, they try to gank him, but again, this clinches, outplays, and gets some nice poke damage. In comes Mitsuke, readying this hook. It lands, it comes in, and the kill goes to Mitsuke. A nice first blood and a beautiful hook from Area 77.
Yeah, not the kill distribution you want, right? But hey, we'll take it. A kill is better than no kill, right? Franco gonna be the sole kill on Area 77, taking first blood for himself. The greedy drunk man.
I mean, at that point in the gold lane, yeah, it's probably better a nice blue buff steal. But wait a second, Ashley on the trail. Mitsuke does pay the price for that one. But what I was saying is, any advantage you can give your gold laner in like a Clint versus Brody is huge. So even though Clint didn't get the kill, it still sets Brody a lot back. He's level 3 right now. Clint's level 4. This is going to give Clint he was already winning the lane. Now he's going to be winning even more.
Yeah, and you expect Clint to kind of win this lane, but Brody will have a lot of range in the team fight, and I think that's why he was drafted here. I love the punish onto the Franco. It's so predictable that he's going to go over to that blue buff and yank him for Fanny again and again and again, and Insomniacs punish that predictability right here.
Yeah, they definitely are. In comes Yeho, though, trying to get some damage on Ashley. She pops that light ult, trying to get away. She's not quite able to, as Hate is there. I mean, she's not quite able to get the kill because Hate is there to fend off, but the rest of the team is going to move up to this gold lane and get Marcuti a little bit more of a position. Yato coming in on a Merciless. They zone him back. He tries to pop back. He uses that flicker. In comes Hate to help zone off, but Pogi is here with that Fanny, but not quite able to get the angle or the engage she wants as the team disengages.
Yeah, Hate just blew his ulti and he didn't get anything with the Kufra ult, but I think he was going to flicker and decided not to when more members of Area 77 showed up. So it looked awkward, but I think a good decision, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, and normally what you want to see from Fanny right now is just really heavy engage, and she hasn't really been able to get in the way she wants to, which is good on Area 77 parts. You're delaying that, but look at this pick on to Merciless. Merciless is going to go down. He tries to pop that torn apart memories, but he's not quite able to get the finish. But in comes Yeho, ready to get the finish. Closing in. He gets the pop as Marcuti gets the kill. The rest of Team Hate coming in, trying to defend, but not quite able to. Yeho gets hit by that Tyrant Smash from Marcuti, gets a kill. That's a double kill going to him. A wonderful outplay coming from the side of Area 77.
Area 77 slowing down and making sure to get those kills over to Clint. Now he is set up for success now. 2 kills, great pick from Franco. Excellent gameplay coming out from Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing a much different game than last time. And, I mean, overall, just doing a wonderful job. You know, they were holding the pace last time. The question is, can they keep up the pace just like they had last time? Last time they started to fall off. This time, they need to kind of keep this tempo and keep shoving it in.
Insomniacs, they gotta do something with this Fanny pick, man. He has to get in and start making 0-0-0 Fanny is gonna soon be countered as the team group up, and you see a suppression on Franco really quickly. and he gets burned.
Yeah, just completely burned. Jero in the back line, causing up on Ashley, but she's doing some big damage. But he might be a little too out. The heal keeps him in, and he's able to just get away. And they revert it and get the kill onto Galaxy. Yeho on a killing spree, double kill onto Merciless as the rest of Area 77 closes in on this tier 3 tower. Hey, trying to do something. A nice Tyrant's Rage on the 3 members, and they get a huge play.
Oh my god!
Coming from the side of Insomniacs, a wonderful play from Pogi, trying to do something, but she gets locked up. Oh my god, Ben, what did we just watch? We gotta watch it again.
Oh my god, do I have to watch it again?
Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
A beautiful Tyrant's Rage. Toe gets the double kill immediately. I mean, in seconds. But then he gets a little overextended onto this Franco, gets hooked on his way out, and stopped in his tracks.
Oh, you don't see Franco hooking Fanny often. You see him suppressing him, but landing a hook on Fanny is not hard. Fanny lines up easily for it, and while that's a little bit of the gas and onto the pedals of Fanny, she's going to be able to run now a little bit faster and feel more comfortable with the damage diving in. Still not where that Fanny needs to be. Mark Cutie is 5-0 on this Clint, and it's a late game carry. Already at 5-0, Clint is off to the races.
Yeah, they immediately swap him down to the southern lane to help clear this tower, get a little bit more gold, as we see Jero in the top lane now dealing with his Brody quite easily. Wondering if we're going to see a pickup in this top, though. Gank, I mean, Jero is on his own up against 4 members of Insomniacs. The same thing happening onto Hate in the bottom. Which one will be the survivor? Jero gets away by popping that dragon mode as Galaxy continues to take damage on here. A nice hook from Mitsuke, and the finish comes from Yeho, Ben.
Mizuke with the prediction on which way Cho is going to dash there snags him up, and that's the difference, man. YZ can drag an ultimate out of there. Cho, very slippery, not the same mobility as YZ, man, and that is a pick, another pick on the side of Area 77 and another turret. Now they've got mid lane outer, both the bottom turrets and top outer. Area 77 is going to walk through the jungle of Insomniacs whenever they want.
Yeah, I mean, just they're. Oh, wait a second though. Yato taking a little bit of damage. He does have that black shoes though, so maybe that's the wrong target for Pogi as Yeho finishes off this turtle.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much out of the Fanny. Honestly, without sets from the Kufra, it's not looking really like crazy solo carry type thing. Mark Cutie still 5-0. Mizuke, honestly, making the Franco look good and doing it well. Really shutting down this Fanny. Fanny can't go and cable into the team because she's scared of Franco suppression.
Yeah, I'm one of the people to tell you that I think Franco is one of the worst tanks in the game, but right now Mitsuke is just making it look beautiful. And Area 77 just adapts so quickly to having this sort of tank on their team. And then, oh, wait a second. A nice pull coming from Mitsuke again onto Hate. He's forced to go back at half health. Tries to get the knock up onto Mark Cutie, but didn't cock it up long enough. Mark Cutie reverts back and gets some poke damage. And in comes the rest of Area 77 with a huge push. Jero in that dragon form, seeing if he can get somebody, but they're not quite able to. But they are at least able to push this wave and take that blue buff, Ben.
Yeah, this Fanny pick has not been warranted yet. The Franco, even though they took the Kufra, they didn't think about the Franco. And maybe it would have been too projected if they had banned out Franco too. But, man, what a clutch counter from, honestly, something that's like a really troll pick is working really well.
Yeah, I mean, look at him just sitting in this bush right now, waiting for the right moment, seeing if he can get some. Ashley is hitting the recall, but he decides to go for the Fanny with the crazy flicker and brings her back. What a play from Mitsuke. And now the sweep comes in. Hate low on health. The rest of Area 77 take that tower. A beautiful play from Mitsuke once again, Ben.
That was a 5-head play on Franco. Everybody thought Franco was just walking up to cancel the back, right? But then he hooks Fanny instead for the big play and a hook onto Fanny. That is an extremely mobile assassin. And Franco's landing hooks on him. Not flicker suppression. Hooks. Mizuke is making this Franco look good.
I mean, oh man, that's rough. It's a rough day for Fanny right now. I mean, just we were talking about what could counter it. You know, we threw out a couple ideas. They decided to go for the Franco. A little iffy about it, but this makes me want to play this more, please, Area 77.
Yeah, no, I think it was very situational. They thought about the Kaja, but they thought, I don't want to go tank Kaja like T was saying. So Franco just seemed to fit the bill really nicely. And he's providing so much pressure for the team right now. Insomniac's dead in their tracks, man. What do they have left to carry this game through?
I mean, they had the plus with Brody, but wait, Night Tyrant's Rage. Can they get a pick here? Pogi tries to come in, but the damage is in there, and he gets quickly taken out from Yato. You know, you think that Fanny has the advantage in this jungle. That's normally where she always does, but you have things like Yato right now hitting this AoE damage, so like she's just flinging around on top of a bunch of bombs and getting melted down so quickly. Area 77 coming in to finish this game at around 10 minutes. The suppression comes in from Mitsuke once again, and Area 77 take game 2.
Man, Area 77 honestly just stomped their way through that with honestly a pretty troll pick out of the Franco and make it look so good. Fanny, completely underwhelming, and that was a very planned out draft coming from Insomniacs, and it got destroyed by a Franco pick. They set it up with the Kufra. They set it up with a couple of bands, right? You saw it, the Ruby band. It was just like, why are they doing this? We couldn't figure it out, and it was for the Fanny. If Fanny rolls a 4.324 scoreline, like, this was a really bad defeat for Insomniacs, because when you go in with something so planned and it gets so utterly obliterated, I'm glad we're going to game 3, but I want to see Insomniacs come back with something honestly, maybe not as planned out. Maybe just react to how the draft goes and get yourself some strong picks, because that plan you came in with was boo-boo.
Yeah, it was definitely it kind of goes to show, I think, why Fanny isn't as popular in some actual, like, yes, we've been seeing her getting played, but the reality is she's not as meta as a lot of other junglers. And you think that there's only Kufra counters or only this, but there's actually a lot of counters to her, as we just saw. Even some more unmeta heroes that we saw her got destroyed by Eudora against the Kingdom.
Yeah.
When Fanny got completely destroyed by Eudora. There's plenty of people that can really single her out and make her very useless in these fights.
Oh, I'm sorry. We giving MVP to Franco? What's up?
Of course. What do you mean? Mitsuke.
Yeah, that was crazy good.
Mark Cutie did amazing on the Clint, but all the big plays definitely came from Mitsuke there. I mean, just played Franco to the textbook T.
I mean, Mark Cutie got fed 100% team fight participation coming out from Mark Cutie. Crazy game for him. But Mark Cutie got fed because Franco roamed up there and kept picking on Brody. And honestly, Insomniacs did not respond well to it at all. I did not like Galaxy on Cho. I didn't think it was a great pick for him. I think they should have kept that. But they really pigeonholed themselves into this Fanny idea by picking the Kufra and locking their assassin. It just seemed really forced and not really like a proper placement for it. And they got punished for it big time. So I'm ready to see 1-1 Area 77 Insomniacs Game 3 final series of the night. Who pulls it out here, T? Who do you think's got more left gas in the tank? Area 77's played like 5 matches now.
Yeah, they are on their last match. Yato taking a quick bathroom break. Told me to wait a second before we start this next game. They did just make a quick swap. Jero switching out for Gal's Cutie. Wondering if that will, I don't know. Area 77, I've seen them make swaps. It doesn't seem to ever like kill. Me and you talked about it the other day. You know, you're hot. You're on fire. Don't switch out this player yet. Insomniacs, when they were playing with Toe, they kept him in, and I'm glad they did. They ended up winning that series. So, I mean, I don't think that's really going to make a huge effect to Area 77. I honestly, I think if Insomniacs doesn't do what they did last time and, like you said, pigeonhole themselves into one idea, keep themselves open, because they did great the first game. Even though it seemed like they were losing for a small time there, they had a game strategy in the game and it worked out. So it's still, I mean, it's a pretty even line to me.
Yeah, I have to say it does look quite even, these teams apart, and I would kind of give Insomniacs an edge, just who I think is the better team. Insomniacs seems cleaner, right? They just got kind of destroyed in that draft and really picked on that Fanny. And you're right, if they don't make the same mistakes in draft that they did, I think in most normal comps coming out, they're probably going to win. I mean, I think maybe like 6, 7 out of 10 times Insomniacs will win this matchup. They just look so much cleaner as a team fight. In that first game, game 2, you kind of have to write it off because they got destroyed in draft, right? And they had this idea, they wanted to go with it, and they got forced. I think in a more normal situation, Insomniacs will take game 3.
Possible. Don't count Area 77 out just yet, though. I think both teams now have made a weird pick mistake that just didn't work out in their favor. They had an idea, and it didn't work out as it looked on paper. We saw the Claude pick from Area 77 that, as we saw, kind of flopped. And then we saw this Fanny pick, kind of flopped. So I think both teams just maybe need to stick to a more of a ideal situation on what they're comfy with, what they're good with, and see if it works. And don't try anything that don't pigeonhole into something too insane.
I want to see if they'll take the YZ again on the Galaxy. I thought that was a much better pick for them. If they want to remain flexible, it's fine. I just think
Your team is banned.
last time they picked the Cho to remain flexible, and then they picked the Kufra and showed their hand very next pick. It just didn't seem like a good thought out draft to me. It seemed like they had an idea and they didn't know how to start it or didn't know how to finish it. One part of it wasn't there. So I'm interested to see if Galaxy can get back on the YZ. He was very strong on it. Put Merciless on maybe like a Brody or a Clint or something. Get that for yourself this time. And I think they may be able to pull through here.
Yeah,
Your team
Area
is
77 still
banned.
showing respect to this Popo, taking it off the map, and knowing that first pick is going to Area 77. We see Insomniacs taking out this Esmeralda because we know Area 77 just loves to lock that in. I'm wondering if we're going to see that same first pick that we saw from Area 77 last time with that Lilia. Which, again, Yato, every time he plays it, it does great, but I still think you might want to keep yourselves open to something. Put a more flexible pick in first.
Yeah, Yato can play a lot of stuff. And the Lilia wasn't like godlike to the point where it was like this is first pick over Clint or like Glue or Edith or somebody big like that, right? So I think first pick can go over to somebody else, get them a very strong hero, and Yato's going to be strong on no matter what, right? Get Yeho something he really wants, man. Something really good.
It's true. I think, we've seen Yeho play a few different things now, so I also think he's pretty comfortable. Insomniac's taking
I'm not gonna lie, I did
now.
not like him on the Claude. The Claude was not.
I don't think that was his. He played good on the Claude though. I don't think he didn't play bad on the Claude. I don't think. I think it just didn't work out. He had no deaths. The hero itself, the strategy itself, just did not deliver there. So yeah, the Clint is getting banned this time. Probably gonna see that Lilia first pick. That's my guess.
No, I want to see I don't know, maybe the Beatrix here. Maybe you lock in Edith. Glue was banned, but Valentina was too. I was about to say maybe Valentina's up. I just don't know. I think these first picks have been kind of burnt thus far by the side of Area 77, so we want to see them make the use of it. T calls the Lilia here. I want to see anything but the Lilia, to be honest. Get a flexible, get a Cho, get a Paquito. There we go. That feels way better to me than revealing your hand with a pick. And Galaxy gets on YZ. Great.
Yeah, why don't they lock in that? This is kind of reverse of what we saw last game. We see the Cho get picked first from Insomniacs. I personally think the YZ has more priority over that Cho right now.
I think the Cho is just flexible, and that's why they pick it. They're not really sure what they want to do with it. And that kind of reveals a little bit of the struggle, though, that if you don't know what you want to do with your first pick, you're kind of wasting it on a flex pick, right? Because you're not sure what you want to do. Why don't you have a strategy ready to go with this? And I think this does play better into the hands of Insomniacs because Area 7 doesn't have a very clear plan. That gives Insomniacs a chance to kind of react as it goes through rather than having to make big decisions up front. And the Beatrix gets locked in over the Brody.
Yeah, Beatrix has been getting banned for these two games, so these two teams definitely seem to have some respect for that Beatrix. I think Brody early on may have a bit of an advantage since Beatrix's early game is a little weakened right now. But once again, Beatrix has been proving us wrong a few times. Yeho, though, coming in with this Hayabusa, and I know that this is a pretty comfortable pick for him.
Good, I'm glad. This is the time. This is match 3 up against a very good team. He talked about it earlier. You need to get this W. Getting 1 point, that's good for both teams. Getting a W here, even more important because this separates you and maybe can be the difference in your second place or third place or fourth place going against Team Sexy in the playoffs versus the 6th place team, right? So it's a big implication in these couple of games that can really set out the rest of this tournament for you if you take a win over here.
Yeah,
Ashley
no.
on Kagura
Yeah.
again, baby. Yeah.
That's what we're going to see. Ashley feeling comfortable in that. And they still get to take the comfy pick away from Yato. So now Ashley locking in one of hers and responding back. I'm wondering if Yato's going to go
Your
for this
team is
Lunox
banning.
to deal with this Yuzong right now.
Lunox could be fine. I would actually rather see maybe like a Farsa come in here to get some
Really?
early game rotation and walk around with this Haya and really do work. Maybe with the Cho and the Roam, they could do so much work if they locked in
Yeah.
the Farsa and roamed around.
Lots of mobility.
Right? Want to get Haya going early
team
because
There's that
for me,
Farza,
man,
though.
if Haya, the Farza band comes out, of course, thank you, Insomniacs. They were thinking it
They
too.
were proving you right.
Yeah, if Haya doesn't get going early, he's just kind of a dud when it comes to the late game. He's relegated to kind of a split pusher because teams just death ball up and Haya's damage is greatly reduced at that point.
Yeah, you got to get those early game picks, and you're right. I think the Farza would have been great with the high mobility of all three of those mid lanes, but now Yato's going to be forced to go with something a little bit different. And now that you've already locked in this Chow, do you even pick up the Eve? Do you even pick up something like that, or do you go for something a bit more out meta?
I don't think you can pick up Yi just because they have the YZ already locked. You would be like picking into your counter, and I just don't think that they'll go for that. I would love to see Edith here, but I don't think we'll see it. It's flexed a lot, but it's not like taken a lot. Lolita goes good into honestly the Brody, but it doesn't really help against the Haya.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like blocking off double marksman coming out from them. But Lolita's a strong tank all around, man. A lot of pick. I was gonna say maybe we see the CC come out.
We haven't seen it, and that's why I always forget about it, because it's become a lot more popular in the recent season. That's Selena. We forget about some of these things that are all open. I think Selena would be decent here. You kind of lose some of that end game. But like I said, I would really like the Lunox personally. You can light mode out of that Kagura ult. You can light mode away from that YZ if he does get up on you. And you also just have the shredding capabilities. So looks like they're going to lock in that Uranus. Area 77 does have some amazing Uranus gameplay sometimes. And I think they're going to go for the Sicilian.
And honestly, I'm not too big of a fan of the Sicilian pick. It's just like you give over too much of your early game in which you need to support Hayabusa and getting fed early for your win condition to be true. I understand it's a little bit of a late game insurance. I just feel like you give up too much. We are going to see the Roam Cho come in. So interesting choices here. I think you could get away with the Ling just fine to dive onto the Sicilian backline. I think it might be a really good pick. You can also chase down Hayabusa with those shadows pretty well. And Ling can get in and get out. I really like the draft coming out from the side of Insomniacs, man. Beatrix, YZ, Ashley on Kagura. I mean, come on, man. That is a beautiful lineup thus far.
Oh, and then they're going to lock and Barat's beautiful counter coming into Yeho. I feel like it's just going to really limit that damage. Insomniacs does look really good right now. And yes, I mean, the draft of Area 77 looks nice, but when I look at Insomniacs right now, just from front of the line to the back of the line, early game, end game, they have a really solid, well put together composition right now, and it just looks scary to go against.
Yeah, like you said, front to back. This is a very scary lineup from Insomniacs, but I think the Barat's right there counters the Hayabusa so hard. Not only is the Hayabusa not going to do jack to him, he is never going to kill that Bratz. Even if he full ulted him alone, he probably still wouldn't kill him. But if he screws up on one shadow, it's over for the Haya. He's going to get ulted by the Bratz, and he's going to get pulled into a lot of damage coming out from this Ashley, or stun lock coming out from the Lolita. So I love Insomniac's draft here. This is going to be a tough game for Area 77, and they got to win it early.
Yeah, they definitely got to do something here. I mean, it's going to be... Even with the early, though, they're going to either have to stop this Baratz. They do have a little bit of late game potential with this, with Sicilian and with this Uranus and Brody. I mean, but when I look at the end game potential of Insomniacs, we know Ashley is going to be doing crazy burst damage. Bratz is only going to get tankier and tankier, and then they have Beatrix. But Gals Cutie already taking a little bit of damage though. Yeho trying to get this litho, and he's not able to get it. Pokey just walks in and takes it with the retribution.
Yeah, that's a big waste. So not only did they not get the letho, but they burn Glass Cutie's flicker, and he has to go back, so he's off the map. And this is just inherent pressure for Insomniacs being able to go do what they want. And it looks like what they do is that they spend a little bit of time babysitting the Beatrix, making sure she gets good in this lane.
Yeah, I got a feeling we may see Hate up in this lane a bit more, at least until they maybe get a kill on a Marcutie. But Hate is going to definitely kind of, like you said, babysit. But I like the fact that they're sending Gauss Cutie up too. You don't want to have this be a 2v1 situation for Marcutie.
Yeah, and he has to come up because Lolita's up, and Lolita does have the pinch to stun while the Beatrix has enough damage to finish. This Barats dude, already level 4, huge threat walking at anybody with a stun lock from Lolita, gives him enough time to land the ulti, and that becomes a really long displacement spell.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you want to do with him. You want to just kind of get in the enemy jungle a little bit. Really, once you get those stacks up, you know you can take a lot of damage and really just harass. And that paired up, look how Lolita's just staying. She's not rotating around with Ashley. She's staying with Barats right now and just making sure she can get that stun or get that peel if she needs to.
I mean, Haya's going up for a gank on the Beatrix who's not in lane, and Insomniacs is on the turtle. I mean, this is a complete misplay from Area 77, not in the correct position on the map, and they may get picked as well. It's a big turn and a great early game start for Insomniacs.
Yeah, at this point, just leave the turtle, but he does get the pick
to
Merciless in the top lane. That is a plus, and they're going to make sure Brody gets a little bit of that gold lane. Turtle for a Beatrix kill and some gold plating. Did Area 77 went out on that?
Only time will tell, right? If they can repeat the Beatrix while her flicker's down, I think definitely worth. Brody didn't get a lot of the turret plating going, and he didn't get the kill himself, but it's still a little bit of gold. It's going to put him ahead of the Beatrix, but not by a lot, right? So we're going to have to see how Lolita can camp there to get it done, but Haya, you got to go and repeat that gank, man. If you found a weak point, keep punching. It looks like YZ found his own weak point in the bottom lane.
Oh, man, I'm surprised. I mean, I think he definitely wins early on up against that Uranus, but back in the top, Merciless taking a little bit of damage here. Hate trying to fend them off, but all of Area 77 knowing that that's who they want to target here. Slow down this Beatrix and get Brody to a nice gold lead on her.
I think it's a good choice because you're never going to kill Barats. You're never going to kill Ashley. You're probably not going to kill Galaxy, right? The only person you can kill is Beatrix. You identify that and you went for it. I think that's props, Area 77.
Oh, a nice kick from Gauss Cutie onto Hate. Hate taking a little bit of damage. Yato secures the kill, and now they're moving on to Merciless, but he doesn't have that ultimate, so Yeho decides to back off here. But look at Gauss Cutie coming in, gets a knock up on a Merciless as Marcutie keeps on chipping away onto this tower. They are taking a little bit of damage. The torn apart Memories goes off, and Merciless does go down. A nice kill from the side of Area 77, and they're starting to take a little bit of a lead here.
Merciless has to play more careful, man. He has to identify, the focus is on me. If Lolita is not here, I just have to give up waves. I have to give up turrets, because if not, you're going to give up waves, turrets, and your life.
Yeah, you definitely, I mean, she, at that point, just like you said, give up the tower. Or they need to keep, Lolita's gonna have to stay up there. They need to know that the gold lane is being focused on and focus on a little bit themselves. But down at the bottom, Gauss Cutie almost gets caught up by that Detna's welcome, but he's able to get away just in time. Insomniacs do take priority over the Lord, but they're still seem to be falling a little bit behind here.
Yeah, Turtle 2, that's great for Insomniacs. I love the objective focus. Ooh, and almost gets that as well.
He gets the blue. He does get the blue buff steal. And then they get the takeout onto
Oh,
Yeo.
God.
A wonderful turnaround for the side of Insomniacs. And now the gold lead goes into their favor.
Yeah, I just think Haya doesn't stand a flame against the Barats early in the game, man. The damage is just not there. The tankiness is way out of proportion. Oh, a little bit of stun on Brody. And there's another kill going over to Brody. Excuse me, onto the Brody. And Merciless gets going. Finally, a little bit of revenge in this lane he's been picked on, honestly.
Yeah, Gauss Cutie, though, trying to come in and maybe stop this tower from getting taken, but there's nothing you can do against those three heroes right now. The concealed play is coming in. Hate, ready to make a move, but no one's there for him to get that stun onto. Ashley just really controlling this mid wave right now and not doing as much rotation as we see from her normally.
Yeah, I would like to see her rotate a little bit more. She does have the priority of Sicilian in almost every wave. She's going to be able to push it in and get out of there before he even will. But just doing her job right now. Not overextending, not punishing, not just handling business. Insomniacs is laser focused on objectives this game, though. Already got 2 turtles, already working on their second turret down here, almost got it down. Laser focus on objectives.
Yeah, definitely know what they're here to do, know how they want to win this game, and they're doing it very well. We are seeing maybe a little something in this mid lane, but like you said, Yeho just has to try to focus on these other heroes, but Ashley comes in, gets the pick, and takes out Yeho. Wait, no? Ooh, a bad beat coming on to Yeho. The tower finishes him off, Ben.
But yeah, you can jump around those shadows all you want, but that turret shot is going to keep following you, my guy. Galaxy really deep here onto Mark Cutie. May be able to get it with the bleed. Oh, he does finish the kill under Brody. Impossible. Galaxy, 2 turrets deep, still finishes the kill.
Yeah, Insomniacs are definitely starting. You're seeing this mid-game spike come in, this early mid-game spike come in, and how it just seems like Area 77 can't do a whole lot against it. We know why Ashley's been sitting in the make lane, because she's been collecting coal. Golden Galaxy gets another kill. Yato trying to do something here. It isn't really outputting the damage that we normally see Sicilians do. It's going to take him a bit more time to get to where he needs to.
Yeah, Galaxy off to a 2-0 start. Kagura, Ashley, 0-0-3, just doing her job, doing it there, putting a little bit of burst, a lot of utility into it. But Yeho, I think Yeho may be a little bit tilted from that tower shot because he jumped in that fight and got annihilated. He's now 1-3. That is not what a high wants to be 7 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like you said it before this match started when they first picked Haya, you either need to really steamroll in the beginning or you're just going to get delegated to split pushing, and that might just be what we see from Hayabusa right now. I mean, there's literally 2 heroes on this map that he can actually, you know, maybe get real damage on, and that's Beatrix and Ashley on this Kagura. And it's going to be hard to get to them now that we're this far into the game, and Insomniacs are going to be more grouped up.
Yeah, Barat's 3v1. He's not taking any damage, man. Look at this guy.
Just literally soaking it in, just hanging out. They do, at least Area 77 does get that tower, though, and they're just trying to kind of even the playing field as much as possible.
Yeah, good to get that in a trade back, but honestly, looking on the bottom side of the map, it was 2-for-1 trade for turret. So, and now all the buffs are going over Insomniacs. They're in your jungle constantly. Yeho is going to have another rough game. He's got to get in the side lanes and start being useful. Let this Uranus come and group up and start beefing and frontlining, and let Yeho go into the sides.
Yeah, and just have Yato be your major damage dealer, you know? Have Yato and Brody in the mid, and you're right, just send Yeho to the bot and rotating around. But we do have a little bit of play, though. The Numenor Velasquez stopping his tracks and torn apart memories. Finishes off. Hey, Mark Cutie coming in. Yato on the chase also. They get another poke on to Merciless, but here comes Galaxy to help save the day as the rest of the team is forced to flicker out. But they at least get a nice pick. Area 77 keeping themselves in this game.
Yeah, Sicilian 2-0, man. He's only level 9, right? And it's still a little bit early, but 2-0 is great. He just locked in that burst item for the magic, right? And that's going to do a lot of damage coming in from the CC, but he's still not to the point of the game where he could carry. And that's what, honestly, Insomniacs is trying to do. They got to push the pace of this game to make sure they finish before CC carries this late.
Yeah, I mean, with that Lightning Truncheon, Clock of Destiny, he's got his core kit in. He may end up going for a defensive item here and then bringing the penetration later on, but we do have a nice kick on to Galaxy as he posts the thumbs up because he knows he's going down. Again, another nice pick from Area 77 as they're trying to tighten in this 5k gold lead. I mean, this 5k gold deficit.
Before that death, Galaxy was 3-0. Galaxy is a monster on YZ and honestly deserves a ban. You cannot let this man get on YZ. He's too good on it. The mobility, him diving under 2 turrets deep to pick off heroes is honestly incredible use of this fighter.
Yeah, I mean, just doing a wonderful job of what's hurt, but Lord is up. Able to I didn't even notice they took it so fast.
Yeah, me neither.
Up on that
Who's got Lord?
We were caught up on that top lane watching that pick, and that just shows Insomniacs, they know you're going for the pick. We're going to take this. Just playing a game that we sometimes see Area 77 play, you know, counter objectiving, taking objectives in other places and letting you take the bait, and Area 77 seems to be falling for it. Gauss Cutie getting a little picked off here, taking some damage, forced to try to go back. He can't seem to get past that wall of Lolita right now as the rest of Insomniacs close in onto this tower. Their minions aren't as lined up as maybe they'd like to be, but it seems they want to try to make a full push on to this bottom inhibitor. In comes Galaxy in that dragon mode to help zone everybody away, keeping Mitsuke at bay, and they take the first inhibitor of the game, and then they decide to back off and go back to this tier 2 tower. This looks like a very familiar pace as the first game, Ben.
Yeah, we talked about, oh goodness, Ashley going in deep. She does get the pick on a Sicilian as they're retreating now.
big hit. Luckily, Galscutie able to respond and get the kick onto her, but still, the pressure keeps on coming from Insomniacs. Another inhibitor down. Area 77 definitely blocked into a very poor position right now, Ben.
Yeah, what you're talking about, this is a very similar look as it did as game one, and it looks like Insomniacs didn't get like pigeonholed into a comp that they weren't really like comfortable with or can get easily countered, and in this more flexible kind of meta draft, they're honestly dominating these team fights. Yeah, it's close in kills, but the gold is 7k gold apart. Insomniacs is laser focused on objectives, and it really shows, man. Area 77 has gotten one turret. I don't think they've gotten a single turtle, right? They're getting shoved back in their pace, and at this pace in the game, yeah, Yato's 3-1 on the CC. He's going to start to do some damage. He's level 11, but it's going to be over before he gets to that point.
Yeah, it may be over. Lord's going to be up in only 30 seconds, and Insomniacs know what their goal is, as they know what their goal is all this time taking these objectives. They're zoning in for this. They're going to zone in for this Lord, and I just love the positioning of them. Look at Ashley sitting in this other bush, but she's got her umbrella in this bush, ready to maybe get an ultimate pick on, just waiting for someone to walk in there and take the bait. Hate sitting off on the side, Galaxy on the other side. I mean, all of them nicely circled around, ready to make the play here. I don't even know if Area 77 wants to try to contest this.
I don't think they should, honestly. Maybe Yeo comes in for a cheeky like shot at the steal, but I would not 5v5 team fight in this pit, man. That's what Galaxy's begging for. Yes, please initiate. Uranus coming in.
Though. They are coming in. We do have the Newman on blast. Yeho in the back line looking for that cheeky push, but it goes to Merciless. Torn Apart Memories does goes off, but it's just not enough damage. Marcutie trying to respond back as Pogi in the back line doing big damage. Yeho and Galscutie both taken out of this fight, and next is gonna be Yato, and Mitsuke will fall. All that's left is Marcutie. This is gonna be a GG for the side of Insomniacs, Ben.
Insomniacs running it down. Only Brody to defend. There's not much this marksman can do. He's trying to do his best with Torn Apart, and he does a lot of damage, but then the final picks come in and the autos land on the Nexus. Good game to Insomniacs, taking it to Area 77, a highly ranked team in this tournament. Insomniacs show us they're nothing to play games with.
Most definitely. Just all 3 games. It was an amazing, a great way to finish the night.
Oh yeah.
Area 77 does take a point out of that, which is good. You know, I mentioned that the major thing is just don't get swept here by either team. Both going back and forth, and both just showing a hero pool and showing that they're willing to try different things. Even though both teams lost when they kind of got stuck on certain heroes, still just showing the variety of what they can do. But overall, Insomniacs triumphs and takes the win there. I mean, it's a hard choice to decide who to give MVP to on the side of Insomniacs here.
Yeah, that's rough. It honestly, it was so well played from them all. I think I want to give it to Galaxy, but I might give it to honestly Pogi on the Barats. He did a lot of work, and his ability to just be able to counterpick the Haya was so influential in that. It really just stopped all plans that Haya had to get going early in his tracks, just by the pick itself, let alone the gameplay. But Galaxy, man, just so good on this YZ, diving 2 turrets deep, providing so much peel for his team, just honestly owning the team fights. He did an amazing job as well.
Yeah, he really did. But once again, I want to point out Ashley with most hero damage.
Sheesh.
I mean, I gotta give her some cred, man. She's just becoming a major monster in this season, in this league, and it's exciting to watch her play every time. But I also think I have to give Bratz, even though he only sat with 3 kills, I definitely have to say, man, he got the MVP in the game, and just his presence there in the map and in those early game fights, and even in the late game fights, he's not the most exciting hero to watch, you know, but he definitely was the most influential pick of the team.
Yeah, these Hayas, man, we're seeing Haya be picked again and again, and if he doesn't get going really early and dominate the game before late game team fights 5v5 come about, it just seems like not a great pick anymore. And I don't know what happened to Haya. I don't know if he got nerfed or if just the other heroes are just so strong and the compositions are much more grouped up now, but Haya has not seemed to perform the last few times I've seen him. And we know Yeho is an excellent jungler, very well played, very good at the game, but this Haya picks just aren't paying off for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's Haya was like such a banned pick in season 1.
Yeah.
And now it just seems like nobody's stressing him. We haven't, like you said, we haven't seen him do good in many games at all. Maybe someone, Brotherhood's jungler, Hal, did really well with him.
Yeah.
But other than that, we haven't really seen him do a whole lot. I'm wondering if he's just going to kind of become a thrown apart. Even A. Riles, who's one of the best Hayas in North America, top USA, or a global Haya, doesn't even use him in some of his games. So it just kind of shows that maybe he's falling off a little bit here. Maybe he's not worth the pick. But that is going to be it tonight. Let's get back to this caster desk and wrap things up. And another great night. We had it was I was upsetting we didn't get to see Team Sexy play tonight. I know a lot of people were waiting for it. But Taste the Rainbow did forfeit. We don't abode teams that forfeit. They've been given a warning. If they forfeit again, they will be dropped from the league. I know there was also some questions I wanted to answer real fast in the chat earlier. The way the point system works for the finals and how the finals are going to be held. Basically, every series you can get a certain amount of points. If you 2-0 sweep a team, you get 3 points. If you win 2-1, you get 2 points. If you lose 1-2, like Area 77 just did, you get 1 point. And if you lose 0-2, you get no points. This helps there from being ties at the end. It's not just about how many games you win or how many series you win. It's about how you win the series. And this kind of really gives, because even though Area 77 lost this, or even if you lose a series, if you can pull a win, it still awards you something. So it kind of helps. I feel like it's the same exact mode that MPL uses, the same point system that MPL uses, so we've brought it into here. And after Season 1, I think it works greatly. At the end of the season, the top 6 teams will be put into a playoffs. Team 1, the top 2 teams will both get a bye into the second round. And Team 3 will go up against Team 5. Team 4 will go up against Team 6. And the winners of those will continue into the bracket, who will go up against 1 and 2. And the winners of those will go to the finals. So if you have any questions to me at all, feel free to join the Discord. It should be pinged in the description. Or you can just type !Discord. We're a growing community. I am on it a lot. You could call me a Discordian. I like to think I am the one who made Ben become a Discordian. But listen, I'm on Discord a lot, man. So I check it several times a day. You can always ping me. It's an open door policy, as you might say. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If the only time I'm not really available is Fridays and Saturdays when I work all day long to pay bills, because this does not pay my bills. Speaking of, if you want to donate to the league, you can type !Donate and go to the GoFundMe page and help pay all of us who are running this thing. That is not just me, not just the casters. That is the mods behind the scenes, the graphics designer who put together this awesome overlay that you're seeing, who helps me with my overlays, who helps with all the little graphics that you see that are involved with League, because all of us are doing this for free. We aren't getting paid off this. It's a grassroots movement. We're trying to make it big enough to where we can create jobs for people to do this, but currently we are not. So feel free to donate to the league and help out, help increase the prize pool, and help people want to keep doing things like this. Any last words from you, Ben?
Honestly, just a great games today, man. I really want to shout out to Insomniacs, man, playing extremely well. And although we saw AE kind of roll the Kingdom, I hope they took some points off that game and really prepare themselves for other top teams they'll have to play, because you're gonna have to go against these top teams to get in this tournament. You know what I mean? Just thank you, T, for having us here. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you guys. I watched your comments all day. Some really 5-head takes from you guys. You guys were really smart, and then some really 3-head takes in the chat. And I just read right over them and didn't mention them. But honestly, guys, we watched your comments, so keep up with this. Throw stuff in the chat. I know Dobby said something really 5-head earlier, and I called it out, man. So thank you guys for supporting us, man. Thank you guys so much, man. I've had a pleasure today.
All right, so that's going to be it tonight. Thanks everyone for watching. It's been an amazing time. I'm actually kind of glad there was a forfeit this time, because we got to end early. Normally we'd be on for another hour. I appreciate everyone. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, that like button, share the league, join the Discord, all that good stuff. We'll see you guys next Thursday in the draft.